Ascot, home of the British Army, Labour gain. Labour is the party of defence. Security will be the foundation on which our Labour missions are built. And we will set out a path to increase defence spending to 2.5% of GDP, a level not matched since 2010 when Labour was last in government. Conference, in my second day in this job, I travelled to Ukraine and spent the afternoon with President Zelensky, visiting injured soldiers. They told us about the daily attacks, the destroyed homes, the dead friends. They told us that they were fighting for their country's freedom and they were fighting for Europe's future. Because defence of Europe, defence of the UK starts in Ukraine. And today is day 942 of Putin's illegal war. And I'm proud Labour has stood with Kyiv from day one. I'm proud the UK is united for Ukraine, and I'm proud this Labour government has stepped up our support for Ukraine. New packages of artillery, air defence, armoured vehicles, a new guarantee to speed up deliveries, a new defence industrial strategy, a treaty with new export guarantees, a new commitment to train Ukrainian troops throughout 2025, and a pledge to spend £3 billion in military support for Ukraine this year, next year, and for every year it takes, for as long as it takes for Ukraine to win. Conference, as global threats increase, the first duty of this party in government is to defend the country and to keep our citizens safe. War in Europe, conflict in the Middle East, growing Russian aggression. We know these are serious times. And we know there are serious problems with our armed forces, hollowed out and underfunded over the last 14 years. And the problems the Tories have left are much worse than we thought. As Defence Secretary, I know this myself. Ships without enough sailors to crew them. Military housing with no running water. Defence plans with billion-pound black holes. And yet, and despite everything that the Tories did, the total commitment of civilian staff, industry workers, service personnel to defend this nation remains undiminished. And so I say to them, on behalf of us all, we're proud of your professionalism, we're proud of your dedication, we thank you for everything that you do. Conference, I stood here last year and I promised that Britain will be better defended with Labour. And now, in government, we're getting on with the job. We've increased UK support for Ukraine. We've dedicated Britain to securing an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, and we've launched a strategic defence review to fix the foundations of our defence for the future. We can't solve the problems all at once, but we can begin the change, and we have. Legislating for a new Armed Forces Commissioner to improve service life. Confirming we'll set new minimum standards for military housing. Delivering the largest pay increase for the armed forces in over 20 years. So that now, for the first time, a Defence Secretary can say, everyone in uniform will be paid at least the national living wage. Conference, this is what it means when a Labour government says, we will put people at the heart of our defence plans. And Conference, you hear some say, young people today don't want to serve their country. I know this is wrong. Over the last 10 years, more than a million applied to join the forces. But 3 in 4 gave up, just gave up on the process because it takes months and it's tied up in red tape. So today I'm announcing the first steps to start to fix the Tory recruitment crisis. First, I've scrapped 100 outdated policies that block people from joining. Second, I'm setting new targets for the forces to reject or make a conditional offer within 10 days, and to give people a training start date within 30 days. And third, I'm setting up a new direct route for cyber military recruits, because if you're a top gamer or a coder, your country needs you. And we'll always maintain the highest standards, and we'll create an armed forces that draws the very best of Britain's talent, better fit to fight, better reflecting the country they defend. So, Conference, this Labour government will be a government that renews the nation's contract with those who serve and our veterans, that ensures defence helps boost the UK economy, and that makes Britain secure at home and strong abroad. The public voted for it. Labour will deliver it. Change has begun. Thank you.
Thank you, John. So, Conference, as there is no MPF report this year, and so there will be no references back. I'm sure you're pleased about that. This means we can jump straight into our composite motions, and the first composite is on procurement and will be moved by the GMB and seconded by community. The mover and seconder go towards the desk. Thanks, Gary. And could I have the Composite 2 growth mission, the movers and seconders to the desk as well. And movers have 3 minutes and seconders have 2. I might be able to give you a bit of latitude, but not too much.
Good morning, Conference. Thank you, Chair. Gary Smith, General Secretary, GMB, moving the motion, the composite on procurement. Conference, July the 4th was truly a fantastic day. The people of our country voted for change, and I have to admit, like many of you, I wondered if I would ever see another Labour government in my working life. But we changed and we won. The Tories are out and Labour is in, and that is something we should not forget, not take for granted, and we should celebrate. The task now, though, is to change our country for the better. But our ambition has to be higher than just cleaning up the Tory mess. Together we can build something special, something better. Using the government's huge procurement powers will be critical. Now, GMB members have been fighting to get union recognition at Amazon in Coventry. The tactics used by this company to try and union bust have been despicable. And our members will keep up the fight, but government has to step up too. In the last year, Amazon received over £1 billion in public contracts. And how can that be right, Conference, when they do everything possible to stop their workers unionising? Congress, our Labour government needs to be clear with Amazon. If you want to keep trousering hundreds of millions of pounds of taxpayer cash, they need to treat workers with respect. A national procurement plan, Conference, built with unions and workers, is also vital to securing our industrial base that underpins so much of our prosperity and national security. It's high time our government started using its massive powers to support UK domestic industries like shipbuilding and defence manufacturing, new nuclear, hydrogen and steel. These are the foundation stones on which a better, more secure economy can be built. But right now, Conference, things aren't changing for the better. British shipbuilding at Harland and Wolff is on the brink. We're still waiting on decisions about funding for Sizewell C. America and Germany are leaving us behind in the race for hydrogen, and UK steel production is in crisis. Of course the Tories left a mess, but it's Labour's challenge to do better. Conference, let's show people change wasn't just a snappy election slogan. Let's get the action we need on procurement, let's get the delivery moving, and let's change this country for the better. Thank you, Conference.
Conference, Angela Carrigan, seconding the motion on procurement on behalf of the Community Union. As a steelworker from Dale Plate Mill in Motherwell, working daily on vital infrastructure projects from bridges to ships, I welcome what Jim Healey said. Moving forward, I would ask the question, where are you going to get your steel slab from, or your steel plate? Steel is vital to our country. It forms the bedrock of most of our economy and is critical to both our literal and economic security. And not just in the big, huge projects you think of. It's today, the chairs that you sit on, it's the lighting rigs. If you look out on the Mersey, it's your ferries, it's your frigates across the water. It's how you got here, your trains, your planes, and your cars. They are all steel. We need it every day. It's prevalent every day in our lives, whether you notice it or not, and that's why we need it, and therefore we have a choice. Make it here in the UK or outsource production thousands of miles away and take into consideration the environmental cost that brings. Yet despite this need, our steel industry is facing unparalleled challenges. As we rightly move to a just transition, our steel industry, we're seeing energy prices and the cost of production rise. While we make the changes in the UK necessary to protect our planet, other nations continue to produce cheap, high-carbon steel that risks flooding the steel market and decimating our industry. But it doesn't need to be a choice between our planet and our steel industry. We can create an economic landscape that will allow our steel industry to grow, reduce our needs for cheap, high-carbon steel and the help to save our planet. But we can only do this if we have the support of government. And procurement is one key area where our Labour government can make a difference. Public projects account for 10% of steel demand in the UK each year. A huge amount of public money that delivers infrastructure, hospitals and so much more. If we use more of our domestic steel production, then that means better, well-paying jobs in the industry across the country. That means more money in workers' pockets. That means more money spent in local economies. That means public money delivering more public goods than just the output alone. It also means more security for the UK economy, making us less reliant on global imports and increasing volatile worlds. And let's not forget the benefit of our...
Can I just ask you to wind up?
Thank you. We talk about shopping local in our day-to-day lives to save our high streets and local economies. Well, it's time to shop local to save our steel. We need to implement carbon-borne adjustments mechanisms in line with the UK timelines, protect our steel market from cheap, high-carbon steel from abroad. We need a steel strategy, and we need to ensure that UK steel goes into UK products. Conference,
I'm really sorry,
please
but
join
I have
us in
given
supporting
you-
this motion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that, the movers and seconder of that composite. So can I have now the mover of composite 2, Bristol Central CLP, and seconded by Hinckley and Bosworth. Thank you.
Hi, good morning everyone. My name is Nick Smith. I am a representative from Bristol Central. I'm a first-time delegate and a first-time speaker at conference. Thank you. I want to start by telling you a story. I have been working for the NHS as a doctor for the last 5 years. It's been an amazing privilege. And one of the things that has been best about the job is the amazing people that I work with. I want to tell you about one of my colleagues from a couple of years ago, a nurse, we'll call her Sandra. Sandra was in her early 40s. She was a single mum with 2 kids under 10. She had just qualified as a nurse. She come to nursing late, so she was not on a high wage. And when I met her in summer 2022, she was just about getting by. She was able to pay a mortgage, she was able to pay her bills. But every month was a struggle, and she was having to do overtime just to support her family. And then the events of September 2022 happened, and we all remember Liz Truss and Kwasi Kwarteng's disastrous so-called mini-budget, which blew a black hole in the UK's public finances. For people like Sandra, things got much worse. Inflation and mortgage rates skyrocketed, and I vividly remember one day in October or November 2022 when I went to work and Sandra was in tears because she'd just fallen behind on her mortgage payments and she was going to lose her house. She was going to have to move back in with her parents, and they didn't have enough bedrooms for all of them. She was going to have to sleep on the sofa. And, you know, NHS nurses are tough nuts, and she was in absolute tears about the problem. And this made me angry, and I'm sure many of you, from your experience campaigning up and down the country, have similar experiences of talking to people where economic instability has ruined their lives. Hard-working public sector workers in areas like mine, the NHS, in our schools, in our prisons. So what's the solution? There are many different things that Labour government is doing to improve this, and it's really great to see all the work on workers' rights and everything else. But one of the bedrock of everything we stand for is economic stability. If we ever have a repeat of September 2022, then God knows what will happen to people like Sandra next time round. Therefore, I urge you to support this motion to improve oversight and budget responsibility, both for the government and for auditors, and as part of the bigger picture to help improve lives of British people, to provide that stability, that economic bedrock that is so important for all our public services. Thank you, Conference. I urge you to support this motion. Cheers.
My name is James Davis, CLP delegate from Hinckley and Bosworth in the East Midlands, and this is my first time speaking at Labour Party conference. I'm proud to second this motion on the party's commitment to economic stability and growth. When we won the general election in July, we did so on the promise to end 14 years of Conservative chaos. Voters had had enough of reckless policies, short-term thinking and a cost of living crisis that left families struggling. The disastrous Liz Truss mini-budget crashed markets, sent mortgage rates spiralling and made life harder for working people when we were already in the midst of a cost of living crisis. We cannot allow anything like this to ever happen again. That's why supporting the Budget Responsibility Bill is so important. The strong fiscal rules that this provides ensures that we will never have another Liz Truss type figure get hold of our economy again and do whatever they like with it, leaving ordinary British people to pay the price and pick up the pieces. But stability alone is not enough. We must also lay the groundwork for long-term sustainable growth. This motion calls for measures aimed at creating a stable investment environment and the reform of planning and infrastructure in order to boost productivity, create jobs and ensure that industry can thrive. With this plan, we'll make sure that economic growth reaches every part of the country, not just a select few.
Leader of Manchester City Council, Bev Craig. Thank you.
Good morning, Conference. Councillor Bev Craig, proud to be the leader of the great City of Manchester and honoured to give my first local government report as the new leader of Labour in local government. And what an incredible year we've had. Building up to our historic victory in July, the last 2 years have seen unprecedented local election success. No area of the country was off limits. From Plymouth last year to Peterborough this year, Redditch to Rushmore, Hartlepool to Hyndburn, we took control of new councils, paving the way for new Labour MPs in these places a few months later. Labour now runs over 140 councils across the country. That means that over 40% of residents across England, Scotland and Wales now live under a Labour council and a Labour government. So I want to take this opportunity to say a massive thank you to every single one of our 6,500 councillors, be you in control or be in opposition. You are the backbone of our party, fighting day in, day out to make residents' lives better and our communities stronger. We couldn't have done what we've done without you, so thank you. Over the last 14 years, local government knows better than anyone that principles without power means absolutely nothing to our residents. It's why we fought so hard to get Keir Starmer and his team elected. Because when we look around the country, we see the damage of the last 14 years. Not just the 24.5 billion that's been axed from local council budgets that have hit our communities hard, but an NHS on its knees, an economy that's flatlined for far too long, and unprecedented levels of homelessness and poverty. We will never let them forget what they did to our country. And throughout all of that, Labour councils were a valuable line of defence for our communities, protecting the most vulnerable and fighting to keep our services open. But we were also the testbeds of reform, prevention and innovation for local services that hold the key to our plans for national reform. And driving local economies like mine in Manchester, where we've transformed a declining post-industrial city into one of the fastest economies, growing economies in Europe, shows that local council does a lot more than just empties the bins. It's... Okay, one person. Okay. It's no coincidence that Labour councils built twice as many council homes as any other party, or that we invest twice as much in helping residents through the cost of living crisis. Principled and pragmatic, as local leaders, we know our places. We know our strengths, we know our challenges, and we know what we need from a national government to succeed. Now, we know the path to recovery won't be overnight, but we can be optimistic for our towns and our cities, for our country once more. Working hard together to deliver our missions to change our country for the better. And as we heard yesterday from Angela Rayner, our Deputy Prime Minister and Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government, work has already begun. From devolving powers to communities through devolution, that transfers powers to mayors and councils who know our places best, our track record in local government means that we can be relied on to deliver. From the exciting plans to build a record number of council homes, to ending homelessness, to improving social housing for a modern, decent home standard, there is so much to be excited about. Local councils leading the charge on regeneration, development and local economic plans to boost economic growth, to create jobs and local wealth. And we know that to get the NHS back on track, we need to fix the fundamentals of social care, a system that's been forgotten for all too long. And building a better future for our children and our young people through early help and education is at the core of what many of our councils do. And of course, we saw over the summer focusing our work on making our communities stronger and safer, from policing to cohesion, has never been more important. Right across the 5 missions of transforming Britain, local government is getting on with delivering. Not just for our party, but for our communities, our residents, our families, those who need us the most. That's why we win. We won't waste this opportunity. Too many people are counting on us. And in local government, we have a new generation of local leaders who are ready to work hand in glove with Keir, Angela, Rachel, the Cabinet and our new Labour government to fight for the better Britain we all deserve. Change begins now, conference. Let's achieve it together.
Thank you, Bev, for that speech. And now we move on to the Metro Mayor's report. And we have Richard Parker with us, who was newly elected to the West Midlands Mayor. Thank you, Richard.
Good morning. What a privilege it is to stand here as the Mayor of the West Midlands. First of all, let me thank all those Labour activists who came out to support me earlier this year. Busloads of campaigners from across the country came to knock doors, call voters and deliver a Labour Mayor for our region, and I couldn't have done it without you. I won by 1,500 votes and there were 1,500 ballot boxes. Just one less vote in each and I wouldn't be here today. That's how important our members and our activists are, and that's the difference you make. Thank you. The West Midlands welcomed me over 40 years ago and I've never left. I am truly grateful for your support in getting me here, and I am now ready for the opportunities that lie ahead. 4 months in post, and what have we been doing? It's a question I get asked a lot, and the answer is a hell of a lot. It's been relentlessly busy, but that's what it should be about, and that's because the region, the West Midlands, is crying out for change. I'm not a man to rush in. The West Midlands knows it has a new mayor, and not just a mayor with new politics, but a mayor with a different style and a different tone. I don't shout or stamp my feet or throw tantrums, and the busiest person in my office isn't my personal photographer. That's not my style. But make no mistake, I'm hugely ambitious for the region. Fearless, not reckless. The West Midlands has the youngest population in Europe. That could give us an incredible advantage. And as a new mayor, I've spent a lot of time with young people across the region. We discuss really important issues, like what you want to do with your life. What's your long-term plan? How will you get the skills you need to do the job? And sometimes I get to ask them questions too. But the reality is, whilst we have a vibrant young population eager to develop careers in the West Midlands, we also have a real issue with youth unemployment, which is twice the national average. And a huge portion of the workforce have low skills or no skills. I want more for these young people, and they deserve more. Without tackling these issues head-on, we're storing up problems for the future. I've spoken before about changing the fabric of our society for long-term success. For too long, we've been focused on policy and process, and I'm here to tell you it's time we focused on people and on places. I've been talking to businesses across the region, and they're now ready to help me and step up to support me in delivering for our young people. Businesses like Severn Trent Water, Atkins Realis and the Rigby Group have come together to announce almost 3,000 new opportunities for our young people. These are meaningful actions that will change lives for the better, and they will change them for the long term. I've been working hard to get more businesses to offer apprenticeships for our young people, because every single young person in the West Midlands who wants an apprenticeship should be able to have one. That was my pledge in the first 4 months in the job, and I'm already delivering on it. But there is still much to do. People should, when they choose to be able, people should choose and be able to have a place they call home. And for far too long, as we all know, we've not built enough homes. That's why, as Mayor, I'm taking bold steps to invest in affordable and sustainable housing across the West Midlands. We're not just building homes, we're building communities where everyone has a place to call home. And I'll be delivering tens of thousands of affordable social homes over the next 5 years. Thank you. The West Midlands residents not only need somewhere to call home, they need a job, a career and a purpose in life. Let me tell you about a programme and a project called WorkWise. When people are coming out of unemployment to get a new job or a new opportunity, one of the biggest challenges they face is transport and travel. Because when you've been unemployed, cash flow is a massive issue. WorkWise gives free passes to help new people or new job people seeking work get to their place of work. And over half the young people who receive these say they wouldn't still be in a job if they didn't have a pass to get to work. If you're a young person starting at college, a new job or an apprenticeship, the challenge of travel is very real. It limits choices, possibilities, and it limits opportunity. That's why I'm determined to expand WorkWise, ensuring that every young person who needs it has the support they need to travel to work or college. Every journey these young people take is a positive step towards opportunity and the hope of a better future. It was the West Midlands that made me. It gave me an opportunity to get on in life, and now I'm going to pay that back. And when the West Midlands works and prospers, the country prospers too. As Mayor, I will deliver the skills and jobs that will improve life chances for everyone. I will deliver new homes and communities for everyone, and journeys that ensure that everyone is better connected. But crucially, we're also investing in the economy for everyone too, with a new £5 billion investment zone that will help create 30,000 new jobs. By investing in the region that gave us Noddy Holder, Thomas Shelby, Dairy Milk, the bicycle, and orange chips, we are driving the change we want across the whole of the UK. I'm incredibly optimistic about the future of our region. The West Midlands is not just the heart of the country, it's the beating pulse of the future. A brighter, more prosperous future, and that change begins here today. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you, Richard. So, after achieving the highest number of Labour and Cooperative MPs at the last general election, please welcome onto the stage the General Secretary of the Cooperative Party, Joe Fortune.
Thank you, Conference. Thank you, Chair. I'm Joe Fortune. I'm the proud General Secretary of the Fiercely Proud Cooperative Party. Thank you for giving our party, your sister party, your partner of nearly 100 years, the opportunity to give these greetings today. I'm here not only on behalf of our members, member cooperatives, member trade unions, but the people who make up our cooperative movement. The people who keep your local pub open, keep the credit union going, keep the community centre alive, and ensure your area has a place for local retail, music and sport. Our cooperative movement stewards assets on all of our behalf, not for the narrow few. The Cooperative Party, born from the cooperative movement, represents an important strand of our Labour family's politics, history and future. Conference, the story of our cooperative movement is not an inevitable one. 200 years ago, it was not inevitable that 28 working people in Rochdale who wanted to eat non-contaminated food at a price they could afford would go on to pave the way for a global movement. Our story isn't inevitable. Rather, it's the power of the idea, the robustness of the model, the belief in fairness, the power of collective ownership which allows this story to take place. The cooperative story may have started on that single shop floor in Rochdale, but today it encompasses over 1 billion people. A movement whose largest 300 co-ops turn over in excess of £1.5 trillion. It must be one of the country's most successful ever exports. Not James Bond, Noddy Holder, not Scotch or Premier League, but cooperatives. We delivered a way of doing business which is fairer, more productive and more long-lasting, and exported it around the world. Yet we run the risk of not supporting it here in the UK, not allowing it to reach its full potential. We have strong cooperatives in many sectors of the economy, employing tens of thousands with millions of members that generate billions of pounds. But if co-ops own half of all agricultural land in the US, turning over 50% more than our NHS budget, if co-ops produce most of the milk and sugar in India and own 2/3 of the famed German banking sector, then maybe, just maybe, they're onto something. And maybe we need to take another look at that model here, the one pioneered right here, and make sure we're making the most of it. Friends, in recent times we've seen a financial crisis, a housing crisis, an energy crisis, a pandemic, a summer of riots. After each one, we say, surely there's a cooperative and community answer. Friends, we have one. It already exists. It just needs proper support. Conference, now's the time for us to get ahead of history, permanently shift power into the hands of local people, allow them to own the assets they rely on, build genuine community power, have diverse ownership in the economy so we are better ready to weather the crises of the future. The Cooperative Party is unique in our Labour family. No one does what we do. We take this responsibility seriously, and that's why last year we worked hard to grow our party's members and supporters to record highs, grow the number of our shared elected representatives to over 1,600, relentlessly champion our ideas and campaign right across the country. I want to thank our candidates, members, cooperatives, NEC and of course our party chair Jim McMahon and Parliamentary Group Chair Preet Gill for all they do to support our efforts. Last year I stood here and I said we were ready to play our part in the general election, and I believe we did just that. Through the election we spent more, phoned more, not more than ever before. We now have a record number of cooperative parliamentarians, more cooperative cabinet ministers than the last 70 years put together, with cooperators with ministerial desks at 9 government departments. They are all armed with the strongest set of cooperative commitments a Labour government has ever had. Work is already underway to deliver manifesto commitments to double the size of the cooperative and mutual sector, deliver the biggest expansion of community-owned energy in history, create a new community right to buy, and deliver one of our movement's priorities to tackle retail crime once and for all. These are key areas we focused on ahead of the election. However, conference, it's clear we have a once-in-a-generation opportunity. I believe our cooperative ideas have so much more to offer. I look forward to our party pushing forward into new areas of campaigning, whether that be housing, social care, early years and more besides. We have the opportunity to leave a much stronger cooperative sector, stronger communities who have a genuine stake in what they value, a more economically empowered country ready to face the future. Finally, conference, these opportunities don't come around too often. We look forward to working with you to build something that no one can ever take away. I hope that future Cooperative Party speakers will be able to stand here and report that it was we who remembered the power of our greatest export. Thank you, conference.
Thank you, Joe, for that contribution. And if now just give us a couple of seconds because we're going to change the platform and Cowan Jones will take over the chair. Thank you.
Right, conference. We'll now return to our Britain Reconnected debate. Now there's time for several rounds of speakers. Just to remind you all, as usual, I will call speakers in groups of 4. Now, if you are called, you need to register at the desk over there, okay, before coming up to the podium. Just a reminder that each speaker will have 2 minutes each. So let's begin the debate. Both these debates have already been moved. Could I see anybody who wants to speak, please? There. Got to come up, go to the podium. Anyone else at this moment? There. Anyone else? There. And there. The hand there, red. I think it's red. Red top. Okay. Those are our first 4 speakers.
Chair, Conference, Rachel Harrison, GMB Union, speaking on the Growth Mission Composite. Conference, you will have just heard our General Secretary move our procurement composite, making clear that our national security relies on a state that intervenes and invests to grow our economy. It's about fixing the foundations, but it's also about rebuilding our economy after the Tories' vandalism of our public services and our industries. That requires making confident decisions about public spending. GMB wants to see a Labour government get on with its manifesto commitments and build, but our members will be concerned that a fiscal lock could be used instead to block their fair demand for pay restoration after a decade of real wage cuts without cutting spending to government budgets elsewhere. Nobody wants to see another disastrous Liz Truss budget, but we would expect a Labour government to keep the public finances safe without deferring to the OBR. Working people voted for change and for Labour to be different. We cannot allow the failed ideology of neoliberalism and austerity, which has held our country back, to continue. And we are pleased to see that the Chancellor has committed to this in the press this morning. Therefore, GMB will support the Growth Mission Composite, but with our reservations as set out. Thank you.
Conference. I'm John Orton, Chair Battersea CLP. Despite my grey hair and my sagging jowls, I'm first time at conference and first time delegate. I'm here to support the motion on growth. We campaigned on economic competence and stability in the election. Now we need to deliver. We need to deliver for everybody like Sandra, who was mentioned in the proposer speech, and for everybody else in the country who suffered the same problems that she suffered. The motion sounds a bit managerial, but it's about protecting those who were most disadvantaged and whose lives were wrecked by Liz Truss and by Kwasi Kwarteng. I don't like detailed and specific motions because that ties people's hands, and Rachel has to face reality. But the Budget Responsibility Bill is the right place to start if we're fixing the economy. We've already seen the difficult decisions that Rachel has had to take. No one wants to do more of that than is absolutely necessary. We all want to get the economy growing to the benefit of all. Managing the economy with Labour principles and Labour values at the heart is the best way to do this, to the benefit of Sandra and millions of others who have suffered from Tory mismanagement. I think we all knew knocking on doors during the general election and talking to our local residents and seeing the difficulties and the desperate circumstances they are in. That's why we do what we do, and that's why we needed a Labour government. This Labour government has got a clear plan to fix the economy. I support this motion. Thank you, Conference.
My name's Claire Hedeman. I'm from East Thanet. I'm a campaigner in East Thanet, representing the coastal community towns of Ramsgate, Margate and Broadstairs, and first-time speaker. Conference, I'm proud to say that East Thanet has now got a new Labour MP and our community voted for change. Conference, I recommend the Growth Mission to make change a reality for the neglected coastal communities of East Thanet. My community in East Thanet has been left behind by successive governments, with no realistic industrial strategy and jobs that are low paid, and businesses have been affected by the wasteful and reckless policies of the Conservative government. I've knocked on doors and spoken to people whose mortgages have increased and there's no money in their pocket for the basics, to go on holiday or to buy the good things for their kids. And they're hard-working people and they're being left behind and neglected. And the Conservatives have not worried one jot about any of those people in those towns. All they've been concerned about is probably putting money in their own back pocket. East Thanet has high levels of deprivation, and people in my community want change. They voted for change, and we want economic stability. We don't want to continue to pay the price of successive Labour governments. Our community needs a Labour government to bring in a planning and community infrastructure bill. Conference, I recommend the Growth Mission to you to be delivered by a Labour government, as East Thanet communities desperately need it. Thank you.
Steve Garlick, Ruislip, Northwood and Pinner, CLP. The importance of procurement partners in local and national government, ensuring that unions have access to assist workers' protection and to prove good work standards and safety in procurement partners' workplaces, is necessary. We mustn't just, though, look at national government. We need to make sure that local government follows those same good practices. As we all know, the government spends a vast amount of money on procurement each year. This money goes to a wide range of businesses, from small local firms to large multinational corporations such as Amazon. It is essential that we ensure this money is spent wisely and it's used to support businesses that provide good working conditions for their employees. One way to do this is to require procurement partners to create access to unions to assist in workers' protection. Unions play a vital role in protecting workers' rights. They negotiate wages and benefits, and they help to ensure that workers are treated fairly, with respect. By requiring procurement partners to create access for unions, we can be sure that workers in the government supply chain are protected. In addition to requiring access for unions, we should also require procurement partners to provide good work standards and definitely safety in workplaces. Safety is often forgotten in these instances. This can be done through a variety of means, such as requiring them to meet certain standards set by government or by independent organisations. I am no stranger to Amazon's doorstep, and pay is not the only issue that is part of any agreement. The question is, why are many companies avoiding giving workers a voice? By taking these steps, we can ensure that government's procurement pounds are being used to support businesses that provide good working conditions for their employees. We should also remember that workplaces have unions always make a big difference, and those with workplaces on average see 16% higher wages and greater engagement from the workforce. This is because unions help ensure that workers are treated fairly and that they have a voice in the workplace. I urge you to support this motion and these measures. By working together, we can create a more just and equitable workplace for others. Thank you.
Could I see more people doing it? There.
Mary Wright, Calder Valley CLP Secretary, first-time delegate, first-time speaker. Conference, I stand here today in support of the Growth Mission motion because the stakes for our country and for places like Calder Valley and my local community in Rastrick could not be higher. After 14 years of Conservative chaos, it's our families and communities that have paid the price. The disastrous Liz Truss mini-budget didn't just destabilise the markets, it wrecked people's finances, driving up mortgages and plunging families into deeper cost of living crisis. But thankfully, we have local charities like Focus for Hope, helping those most in need with life's essentials and even gifts for Christmas. Our MP, newly elected, Josh Fenton Glynn, has been a fierce advocate for our community, and he understands that economic stability isn't just about fiscal rules, it's about the real lives of working people. In Calder Valley, we've seen the devastating effects of flooding time and again, and Josh has worked tirelessly to ensure green policies are central to tackling this crisis. It's clear economic growth and environmental sustainability are not separate battles. They are two sides of the same coin. For communities like ours, growth must mean investing in flood defences, green infrastructure and sustainable housing. Without this, we're simply building an economy on shaky ground. That's why this motion is so important. By creating a stable environment for investment through a planning and infrastructure bill, Labour can unlock the growth we need, growth that's not only the highest in the G7, but also resilient and inclusive. Conference, let's seize this opportunity. Let's support this motion to ensure we build an economy that works for all, one that's stable, green and prepared for the future. Calder Valley needs this, and so does the country. Thank you.
Leslie Mansell, proud Unite the Union member and rep in the NHS. Conference. Labour in power must use every tool to rebuild the mess the Tories have left. Public procurement must be a core part of this, whether it's in construction, healthcare, public transport, manufacturing. The procurement process shapes the working conditions, wages and job security of millions of workers in this country. Procurement must be fair and transparent. Stop giving contracts to mates, then bugging them in the House of Lords while goods go down the tips. Companies mustn't win contracts at the expense of workers. Paying poverty wages, offshoring jobs, avoiding tax or using zero-hours contracts. To make work pay, thousands of contracts must be insourced, cutting the privateers out of our public services. Contracts must prioritise jobs, hardwire employment rights, trade union access and collective agreements. Stop corrupt profiteers fleecing our health services like hospital PFI schemes that put my hospital into massive debt, hog-tying us from delivering patient services. We can't allow our strategic industries like steel to close, thousands of jobs being lost, leaving communities on the scrap heap, while massive handouts go to the companies largely not based here. Government procurement must deliver sustainability, just transition and local employment. Crucially, trade unions must be round the table when procurement decisions are made, so the needs of workers are central to every decision. The economy won't work unless we put money into it in this country, not in the tax havens. Let's make procurement a tool for progress and social justice again. Thank you.
Thank you, Conference. Martin Gowith, Morecambe and Lunsdale, CLP. it's 50 years ago this year that I joined the Labour Party, and until this year I didn't think I'd ever see another Labour government. So I'm proud to have worked so hard in Morecambe and Lunsdale to elect Lizzie Collins as our MP. But perhaps I forgot, in this day and age, I'm dressed in Jaeger, Marks and Spencer's, and Next, paid for by myself. But what I do want to see is a strong and stable economy. It's what I grew up with, and it's what I want young people to grow up with. A dozen or so of my friends sat around a table about 10 years ago and said, hey, we'll take the winter heating allowance off the Tories, we're going to give it to charity, because actually many of us are on good pensions and we have a good standard of living. What we are most afraid of is young people growing up without final salary schemes, without access to good jobs and without access to good housing. That's what we want, and that's what the Labour government can deliver. Thank you.
Good morning, Conference. I'm Joseph Ball, first-time delegate and first-time speaker from Holborn and St Pancras, CLP. I was also elected a fortnight ago as a councillor in Camden, replacing the fantastic Georgia Gould, who's now an MP and a minister, which feels amazing to say that we've got Labour ministers now. Exactly 2 years ago today, Liz Truss and Kwasi Kwarteng crashed our economy with their disastrous mini-budget on the 23rd of September 2022. They torpedoed the finances of families up and down this country. We, the Labour Party, subsequently fought the general election on the promise of restoring economic stability after 14 years of Conservative chaos. We also face a housing crisis. In 1945, we had a famous election promise: let's build those houses quick. We won that general election, we transformed the country and built millions of homes. In 2024, we've again promised to build those homes, both to improve access to decent housing, affordable housing, and to grow the economy. Now, I've spoken to hundreds of residents across Camden about the challenges that they face, whether that be their finances or whether that be social and affordable housing. And our council's worked hard to do what it can to improve the local economy and to offer that support, whether that be housing or cost of living. And now we've got the opportunity to work with a Labour government. This motion calls for the Labour government to protect working families through budget responsibility, to reform audit and corporate governance, to create a more stable investment environment, and to reform planning to unlock housing and infrastructure. Conference, we can't wait to see this implemented, and I urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Morning, Conference. I am Fred Martin Pearce. I am the first-time delegate and first-time speaking at Conference. Speaking from the newly created seat of Haigh Sandwich in East Kent. This year is my 10th anniversary of being a Labour Party member, and what a year to hit that milestone. Today I'm speaking to support the growth mission, which aims to create a thriving and vibrant community that offers opportunities for everyone. Haigh Sandwich is an incredible mix of coastal, rural and urban areas, covering 3 local authority areas. Growth can enable the best versions of our people who can prosper, businesses can thrive and families can create lasting memories. Our mission is not just about economic growth, but it's about preserving the rich heritage and natural beauty of our towns, villages and cities. Conference, let's embrace the spirit of growth and let it ignite our passion and determination to make our constituencies the best they can be. Please support the motion on growth and make a difference in our communities across the United Kingdom. Thank you, Conference.
Hello, good morning conference. I'm Chris Bongso Saputro from East and Southeast Asians for Labour. I'm a second-time delegate and a first-time speaker. I would like to speak in favour of the motion on growth mission. Conference, I fully support the aim of this motion that we must never repeat the disastrous East Trust mini-budget. I also acknowledge the importance for our government to deliver economic stability for our country. As a proud Yimby, as you can see from my lanyard here, I fully support the Planning and Infrastructure Bill to reform planning and to unlock housing and infrastructure which our country and our young people so desperately need. And I fully support the aim of the government to deliver 1.5 million homes in the term of our Labour government. I also take an interest in the reference to the draft audit reform and corporate governance bill as a former accountant. Therefore, I would like to clarify with the proposer and seconder how this bill will deliver and create a certain and stable environment for the investment necessary to grow for the economy. Thank you.
Okay, could I see more indications, please? Okay, over there. Over there. There, again. You'd like to make your way to the front here? Podium, the desk here, please.
Morning conference. My name's Omar Tawezi. I'm a delegate from Brighton, Kemp Town, MP, Sabin, CLP. I'm also the communications officer. I wanted to speak on the growth proposition. Clearly growth is a fundamental tenet of what the party was elected to do. And as somebody who works in business, who's created businesses, I understand the struggle that's needed and the opportunity I've created for myself and for others. Clearly growth is something that's fundamental to pay for the services that we want to have for everyone, to fund the economy in the broader sense, but also to create social mobility, which is so fundamental to Labour having the positive impact it will have. So I would urge you to back the growth motion. Thank you.
Good morning, conference. Sarah Birch from Monmouthshire CLP. Economic growth created by greater productivity is very much needed by this country. It will lift families out of poverty and create the wealth that will enable us to rebuild public services. We need growth that comes from meeting human need within our abilities, within our environment. Growth is a means to an end, though. It is not an end in itself. The aim must be sustainable prosperity. We need growth that stays in communities, that enables families to thrive, not growth that is hoovered out by extractive capital and hidden in offshore trusts. In 2015, the Welsh Government passed the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act. Do you remember? It's not perfect, but it enshrines the principle that long-term impacts on people and communities and nature must be at the centre of all decision-making. We cannot have a healthy economy without a healthy environment, and we cannot have it without strong families and strong communities. And I ask the Government to put these principles at the centre of all economic thinking. Thank you.
Hello conference, I'm a first-time attendee, a first-time delegate, a first-time visitor to Liverpool. I'll keep this short. I am the CLP delegate for Bermondsey and Old Southwark, and on the banks of the Thames in our constituency we have the HMS Belfast, which stands as a strong reminder of what a good unionised UK workforce can achieve. This motion stands up for our workers, our values and our country, and I support it not just because it is the right thing to do, the socialist thing to do, but also the patriotic thing to do, and I hope you will support it as well. Thank you.
My name's Andy Butterworth. I represent Portsmouth North constituency, and we created a history in Portsmouth in the general election. We now have 2 Labour MPs for the first time ever. I'm a pensioner, I'm a grandad, and I don't want to go back to an economy run by Liz Truss. When she was in power at one point, we are reliably told by journalists that she considered withdrawing NHS treatment for cancer care. I want to make a point about procurement though. In procurement, we need to be very, very mindful of what exactly our mission is. When it came to procurement for COVID, we failed to vaccinate the world, which was our mission. In PPE, procurement failed. We have to have in front of our minds what is our mission, what are we intending to do. Thank you very much.
Hello Conference, my name's Harry. I am a first-time delegate for Mitcham and Morden and a first-time speaker. This year of the election, we had a great opportunity to change this country for the long term. That's what we were elected to do. This government is here to fix the foundations of our economy. Therefore, it's vital that we support this growth motion. We need to change this country for the better, for the long term. We're so excited to hear about from our newly elected first ever female Chancellor later on this today. And we're going to find out today how we are going to set out a plan to change this country for the long term. It won't be easy, but the core value of growth and of fixing our foundations and changing this country for the better is the core of our party and what we need to do for the long term. Thank you, Conference.
Hello, Conference. I want to speak for the growth motion. My name's Gemma Furnival, and I was elected in May as the only Labour councillor in Fareham, the first to be elected in 25 years. And just a few short weeks after that, I was selected to stand as parliamentary candidate for Fareham and Waterlooville CLP. You will know our area for our MPs, so well a proud of me. I didn't win, but I reduced her majority to only 6,000, and we got the wonderful Alex Baker from Aldershot elected to Parliament in our twin seat. I also work in my real job, if I can say that, as a senior public health practitioner, working every day to fight to reduce the very real health inequalities that our communities face. Through campaigning in 2 elections recently, I've spoken with thousands of people, I think. Our constituency is defined by absolute extremes of wealth and poverty down on the south coast, and my ward is the most deprived in our borough. I cannot tell you how relieved I am to be able to finally give those people a local Labour champion who will listen to their needs. None of the people that I spoke to in either campaign actually mentioned the word growth to me. That's not a word they use. What they spoke to me about then and what they contact me about now is struggle. They talked to me about their mortgages, and I was able to share the impact on my family as a disabled woman and an SEN parent when our mortgage went up by 50% after the disastrous Liz Truss mini-budget. We stayed in our home, but I've met many who didn't. I speak to mothers regularly who talk about the pressure to feed their children, buy school uniforms and send them on school trips, to tenants who can't heat their homes, and to working families who are working many, many more hours or several jobs but can't balance their finances. These people don't talk to me about the word growth, but they do talk to me about the word stability and needing that stability to plan their family finances and to think ahead. Under this new Labour government, and the responsible approach Rachel Reeves is taking to the public purse, I am confident that we will be able to finally start to move forward. A resident in my ward emailed me this week to say that she and her neighbours finally feel like they're being listened to and that they have somebody who is considering them in decision making. That was really lovely to hear for me, a little bit of an emotional moment. But now, we get to do the same for the country. Please support this motion. Thank you.
Hello Conference. Sarah Swingler, Bristol Central CLP, speaking in support of Growth Mission. first-time delegate, first-time speaker. Please listen to me generously and kindly, even if you don't hold my views, particularly as I would like to share a personal experience with you. I'm a freelancer in the television industry, which has been decimated by the chaos of the Tories crashing the economy. Being freelance means I'm self-employed and don't have job security. So I'm reliant on my sector feeling confident enough to employ me and many others like me. I work in documentaries, often highlighting social issues and the inequalities experienced by ordinary, hard-working people. This is important work. Their voices need to be heard. But as freelancers, we are struggling to survive, let alone thrive, with a huge percentage out of work at any one time. And this is despite the creative industries being such an important part of the UK economy. So, we all need economic stability to encourage investment and growth. Please support Growth Mission. Thank you.
Any more speakers? There. There. And there. Sorry, no. There. Yeah, no.
Thank you, Conference. Brian Gallagher, Warrington North CLP. I wanted to concentrate on the procurement motion, and I wanted to draw back the attention to PPE in the health service. I spent 5 weeks in intensive care at Warrington General, and I have the complete admiration for all the staff, nurses, doctors and other staff in there who did and worked so hard to save so many people, but unfortunately we all know a lot of people died. The other thing is they were so woefully unprepared with their own PPE, it was embarrassing. Now we can't forget the £4 billion in fraud that was wiped off by Rishi Sunak. And what we mustn't forget is all those contracts that were given out to their friends who ripped off to the tunes of hundreds of millions of pounds of this country's money, of taxpayers' money. And what I want to say is, the one thing about procurement, I know it covers a lot of things, but on that fraud, we must get that money back. Thank you.
Gillian Wheeldon, Dulwich and West Norwood, CLP, speaking on the Growth Mission. First time. It is a tragedy that this country no longer provides its citizens with food and shelter. The foundation of growth is that citizens have somewhere to live. Between 1946 and 1980, England built 4.4 million new social homes every year. That is not every year, that's how many they built. 126,000 homes every year. Think of all the people who would have been employed doing that, spending their wages, creating growth. In 2023, the figure was 2,360. Social housing is a fantastic investment for the country. Capital investment for housing is too inflexible, with myriad pots of money to be bid for, some of which remain unspent. The uses to which these funds can be put is also inflexible. Measures to get the economy moving must address these issues with fewer, more flexible funding that can be used on acquiring, retrofitting, refurbishing, replacing or building new housing stock. And finally, the reduction in availability of social housing has meant that only the most needy people can be housed, and that creates concentrations of deprivation instead of the diverse, vibrant and productive communities that everyone deserves to be a part of. So please support the growth motion.
Good morning, conference. My name is Papa Andokweku, Hazel Grove CLP. I'm a delegate, and I've been to the conference on so many occasions, and this is my first time speaking at the conference. First, I will support the motion. And I'll say that I have been a lecturer for over 12 years with so many students whom I have trained to become business people and good entrepreneurs in the country. But not only that, I believe that the Labour Party is strong for the people, strong for the country, and we have a good economic strategy which has been set by the government, and I hope we will support the motion. Thank you.
Deb Davis, speaking on behalf of Newport East CLP. Newport is a proud steel city. For well over a century now, steel products made in Newport have been exported all over the world. So many people across the whole of Newport, Gwent and South Wales have a direct or indirect connection to our local steel industry and Llanwern Works in particular, whether they work there themselves or know someone who did. As a councillor who is a former steelworker, as my ward colleague, I can vouch for how proud our steelworkers are. Proud of the role steel has played in shaping our community, proud of the bonds of comradeship they share with steelworkers across the country, and proud of the world-class steel products they help to make. I know the same would be true for steelworkers from Port Talbot, Scunthorpe, Corby or Sheffield. Llanwern no longer employs the many thousands of workers it once did, but it was still a hugely important part of our local economy, both directly and through its supply chains. It also continues to produce cutting-edge steel products, including at the Zodiac galvanizing line, which makes premium steels for the automotive industry. As our brilliant MP Jessica Mordaunt's highlighted in Parliament, with the right support, there's no reason why Llanwern can't turn into the finest automotive finishing line in the world. These are still difficult times for our steel industry. The situations at British Steel in Scunthorpe and Tartar in South Wales show that clearly. However, the fact that we now have a Labour government which understands just how much we need our steel industry can make a huge difference. The National Wealth Fund, and specifically the £2.5 million allocated for Green Steel Fund, can reverse the legacy of Tory neglect, generating high-quality skilled jobs. What a difference it makes to have a proactive Secretary of State in Jonathan Reynolds. His intervention, building on the negotiating success of community and other steel unions, helped lock in additional investment commitments for Tartar, for Port Talbot, Llanwern and Tostre, a significant improvement on the deals that Tories had struck previously. Whilst the situation remains challenging, Labour has recognised that Britain needs its steel and will be publishing publishing a dedicated steel strategy in the spring. That kind of vision for steel has been lacking from this government for far too long, and we should warmly welcome it. As the great Welsh poet Dylan Thomas once wrote, ambition is critical. That's why we should be brave and bold in investing in our steel industry now and in the future. Because the truth is that we can't build a greener economy without a thriving steel industry. Thank you, Conference.
Any more speakers? There. There. And there. See your hand up there. Left corner. Yep. Over there.
Freddie Seal, Brent East, first time delegate, first time speaker. But long time fan of the show. Conference, I've been a member for about 11 years. I'm a trade unionist as well. I'm a member of the RMT. I work on our railway. I've got more hair than most members of the RMT, but and this incoming Labour government, speaking on the procurement motion, is going to transform my life and the lives of millions of other trade unionists in Britain through making work pay and insourcing. My first job on the railway was an outsourced contract. It was treated very badly, they treated the trade union very badly, and having the legislative framework change will transform the lives of millions of people, as will insourcing. However, procurement in defence and other industries is not just about manufacturing. In the RMT, we have members in the Royal Fleet Auxiliary, which is the civilian arm of the Royal Navy. Its members do vital work in war zones, humanitarian relief. It had members who lost their lives in the Falklands conflict. However, there has not been a review of their terms and conditions and pay since October in 2000. They've been on strike this week. No one likes to lose pay, particularly people who serve in a job so important for this country's infrastructure. Conference, if we're serious about making work pay and keeping skills in Britain, the government must sit down and make an acceptable offer to the Royal Fleet Auxiliary members in the RMT. Thank you.
Good morning, Conference. I am Councillor Tariq Mahmood. I represent London Borough of Healey. Healey North is my constituency, and I am here first-time delegate and first-time speaker. Conference, if you can give you a flavour of my advice surgery, if you come and attend my advice surgery, you can see how many single mothers and how many people are struggling with this economical crisis and cost of the living. Hundreds single mothers in the queue of housing supply. Conference, it's a very, very serious chaos when the Tory left is here. And now Labour fought and won general election on the promise of economic stability, and after 14 years of Tory chaos, now we are here to fix the problem. So Conference, my constituency and my CLP is supporting that motion, and I would urge Conference to support this motion. Thank you very much.
Morning, Conference. Chris Weller, Canterbury CLP, first-time speaker. supporting the growth motion because we need to reach net zero by 2050. We need to retrofit and green up every home. So what does that mean? That is 2 houses every 2 minutes by 2050 to green up all our homes. We have a huge opportunity for growth and investment in the green economy. We have a skills shortage though in good green jobs. We need 20,000 qualified heat pump engineers now. We've only got 3,000. Skill up our young people. Green up our economy. We need to invest in apprenticeships and our colleges. This new Labour government will deliver on this growth agenda for now and future generations. So please support this motion.
Good morning, Conference. I'm Amanda Riley. I'm the delegate from Stockton West, which is a newly created constituency. I am first-time delegate and first-time speaker. I am a councillor in Darlington and I'm also a GP. The reason that I got into politics was to tackle the health inequalities and the wider determinants of health that we see daily affecting the lives of people. In my work as a GP, I have seen that this neglect of poverty, neglect of the wider determinants of health by the Tory government over the last 15 years has cost lives. We do have an ambitious plan to tackle poverty, to tackle healthcare, education and all of the other things that make a difference to people's lives. But we can only do this if we have a strong, stable and vitally growing economy, which is why I think it's incredibly important that we all support this growth mission today. Thank you.
Any more speakers? There. See. There. Yes. And there.
Good morning. First time delegate, first time speaker. I'm Billy Barnes. I live in Hastings and Rye. In May this year, I was elected to council, resoundingly defeating the Reform UK incumbent. Then, in July, we elected Helena Dollimore as our new MP, with the largest Labour majority the seat has ever had. Hastings needs growth, and we need it now. Stats from Shelter showed that Hastings has the worst rate outside London for children living in temporary accommodation. And to quote the worst MP we ever had, that is a disgrace. Rachel Reeves, Britain's first female Chancellor in over 800 years of that role, is focused on delivering growth. Our town desperately needs that growth. Our town desperately needs better public services, jobs for young people and better opportunities for all. Conference, please support this motion.
Good morning, Conference. My name is Seth. I'm a first-time delegate and I'm speaking in support of the G&B procurement motion. I am from the Pontypridd CLP in South Wales. For the past 14 years, as the Chair may know, the Welsh Labour Government has acted as a beacon of hope in an otherwise Tory-ruled UK. Last year, our Senedd passed the Social Partnership and Public Procurement Act. This embedded our party's trade unionist and social justice principles into government procurement policy. Welsh Labour recognised the importance of just public procurement, as well as the responsibility of Labour governments to protect the role of trade unions not only in our workplace, but alongside lawmakers. I encourage our new UK Labour government, of which we are all so proud, to take inspiration from its partner in Cardiff Bay and ensure social justice sits at the heart of public procurement. I'm sure that it will be heartening for all of us to see the UK Labour Party adopt a similar position to that of the Welsh Labour Government, and I hope that Conference passes the procurement motion to do so. Thank you.
Good morning, Conference. I'm Navin Shah. I'm a CLP delegate from Harrow West. I'm not a new delegate. I'm not the first-time speaker. In fact, I came here in the late 70s, which was my first conference. I spoke first time in the early 90s when I spoke about two-state solution for Israel and for Palestine. It was relevant then, even more relevant now. And I hope that we come together and support and work for this two-state solution for peace and prosperity. Thank you. I also welcome the leaders, the Labour government's amazing mission to build 1.5 million housing throughout this particular 5-year program. This means an amazing amount of growth in economy, construction industry, and jobs right across the country, and particular emphasis on much needed affordable housing is also very welcomed. But one thing we also need to prioritize is disabled housing, which is lacking in a big way, something which has been ignored for 14 years under Tory government and something which we cannot allow to go on. So this is one plea to our Labour government. But I repeat, growth in construction industry will be amazing. Infrastructure regeneration, social regeneration, etc. will also be amazing. So in that respect, given the huge boost in economy the housing program will mean, and that is why I support the growth motion before us this afternoon. Thank you very much.
My name is Zach Heskins, and I am a first-time speaker and first-time delegate. Thank you. Conference, I am speaking in favour of the motion on growth. The past 14 years have seen economic insecurity like we've never seen it before, with a mess left behind still felt by many families up and down the country today. It's unfortunate that in spite of unfunded tax cuts for the rich under the leadership of Liz Truss, there are still those in the party who deny that neither she nor anyone else in her government had anything to do with it. It's also unfortunate that having been left with a £22 billion black hole, there has been not one apology from the Tory party, but more constant denial and contempt of us cleaning up their mess. Yet, Conference, we now have the opportunity to make sure we are never in a similar position again.
and I commend our efforts to install Great British Energy, which will alleviate many struggling to heat their homes out of poverty. This is my first experience of a Labour government since I was just 4 years old, and now at the age of 19, I can stand here today faced with an alternative to our plan which won't allow anyone at the bottom of society to feel the pain they used to under the Tories. We as a party have always been committed to economic growth and security. Even in the darkest hours of Tory austerity, our Labour Party listened to those struggling, and we were right to do so. I defy anyone who says we are all the same. We are embarking on the start of a new anti-poverty mission for our country. We want the next Labour government to support us on our mission to deliver clean and safe housing for all, avoiding another avoidable tragedy like Grenfell. Listening to Angela's speech yesterday reminded, I think, all of us what our mission is: to help those at the bottom of society and deliver the economic growth all of us can benefit from, not pretending it doesn't exist, nor taking advantage of struggling families. Surely that is part of the very foundation our party was built on. Thank you all very much, and please support this motion.
My name is Flynn Cowell from Crawley CLP, and I'm a first-time delegate and a first-time speaker. I'm proud to live in a town which is a beacon of economic activity in the South East, with Gatwick Airport in our constituency. But after 14 years of Conservative misrule, we have some of the lowest growth in the South East. As a young person, I support Rachel Reeves and this government's plan for growth, for skills for young people, for better houses for young people, for good jobs for young people. Confident to support this motion and support this government in driving economic growth for my generation. Thank you.
Yes, there. Yep, I've got you over there.
Good morning, conference. My name is Joe Baker. I'm the leader of Redditch Borough Council, elected on May the 2nd, when we took control of the council with a majority of 15 councillors. Thank you. Thank you. Three years ago, Labour had 4 councillors out of 29. We now have 20 out of the 27 councillors. So Redditch needed a Labour council. We've got a population of just under 90,000 people who live in Redditch. However, we have 9 food banks. Labour in Redditch set up the Uniform Bank, where we distribute, collect and hand out second-hand uniforms. In August, we had nearly 800 people attend the Uniform Bank to get school uniforms. Labour has Redditch has a high level of child poverty in its area, and we need change in this country. We need change in Redditch, and I please implore you to support this change bill, because we need economic growth, we need change, we need better job conditions, and we need people to feel safe and secure in their homes. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, Conference. Vince Maple, Chair of the Association of Labour Councillors. And it's a real privilege to speak in this debate on behalf of nearly 7,000 councillors like Joe we just heard from a moment ago. Because up and down the country, communities have been choosing change over the last 2 years. Places like Medway, where we took control of the council for the first time in more than 20 years. And this year, places like Rushmore, where we took control of the council for the first time in 50 years. Communities are choosing change, and I'm proud of that. But to use that phrase we hear all too often after something really hard, the hard work just begins now. But we're ready for that hard work. People in this room, our councillors up and down the country are ready to work with this new Labour government, making the changes our communities need today, tomorrow and into the future. And the future is important. Communities like Medway are fed up with the sticking plaster politics we had for too long. The 91% cut in the revenue support grant since 2010, and our council now having to deal with that. So we're ready for change, and it's about growth, as the motion we're talking about this morning. So I'm really proud in our administration, working closely with the Federation of Small Businesses, signing that pledge to say we will work with you, we're not against you, we're not the red tape, we're making you succeed. So conference, let's go from this meeting this week to say loud and clear, the change has started, the change has begun in local government, working hand in hand with central government, not being ignored by Michael Gove, but in people like Angela Rayner and Jim McMahon, true champions of local government. I urge you to support this motion. Let's get behind our government and make the change our country needs. Thank you very much.
My name is Hattie Simpson and I'm delegate for Harrow West. I'm a first-time speaker, first-time delegate. Behind me on the screen is the words "change begins." And core to this is economic change. This is the reason we are here, this is the reason we were elected, and this is the reason why we are the first Labour government in 15 years. We stood on a platform of ridding the economy and the country of the chaos of the last 14 years. I am 18 years old. All I remember is Tory government and the chaos that came with it. So I am proud that we are here now to provide stability for the country. For the first time, I feel hope for the future. I feel hope that one day I might own my own home. A feeling that I can trust my government and the people who run it. I am most proud, of course, of having the first female Chancellor of the Exchequer, a role that has existed for over 800 years. I am proud to be part of the party that passed the Fiscal Responsibility Bill, that is working to nationalise the railways and create Great British Energy. And so I am here to speak in support of the growth motion, because Labour is the party of our future and the party of change. Thank you.
Good morning, Conference. My name is Joanna Howard and I'm here on behalf of the Bournemouth West CLP. I'm a first-time delegate and first-time speaker at Conference. Many people didn't believe it was possible, but in July we elected our first Labour MP and the first woman to represent Bournemouth West, Jessica Toll. Conference, I'm here to speak in favour of the motion on growth. I'm a working mother with 3 young children, and this month our mortgage payments increased considerably. I know firsthand the difficult decisions that working parents have to make to be able to work out how to pay for their nursery, their wraparound childcare, mortgage and the many other bills. It is not easy. The Conservative government only made it harder, and my family and so many others in Bournemouth West constituency are feeling the impact. I support the motion to call on the Labour government to protect the family finances of hard-working families by passing a budget responsibility bill. Hard-working families simply should not have to worry month to month about whether they will be able to afford their mortgage or rent, heat their home, or buy enough food for their families. Let's turn our back on the cost of living crisis for good. Thank you for your time, conference, and please support the motion on growth.
Right, let's see some more indications, please. There, right in the distance there. And over there, I think, as well. There. And there.
I'm not in charge. Larry will get you nowhere.
There, I can see, yes. There.
Thank you, Chair. I feel privileged to be speaking on the conference floor today. I was 12 years old when my father was given the opportunity to work and build a new life with his young family on the south side of London in the borough of Croydon. "20 years on, I'm humbled to be standing here in front of you at this historic conference, sharing your hope for a better future. Under 14 years of Conservative government, we felt hope wane. Young people were denied the opportunities that their parents' generation enjoyed. We owe to our daughters and sons to be bold and innovative, to lead and not to follow. Conference, under the Conservative government, tuition fees tripled, childcare costs soared, the economy crashed, making it impossible for honest, hard-working families to buy their first home and to get a stake in societal wealth. We need to turn the page. With our Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, and our first female Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, we will rip up the old rule book and write a new one. We will rebuild our country, root out 14 years of rot, and fix the foundations for the mission to create growth and opportunities. I ask you today to support the growth mission, to protect families, to turbocharge our economy, and to bring growth and prosperity for working families. Thank you, Conference.
Good morning, Conference. My name is Raja Zishan, and I'm the first-time CLP delegate from the Greenwich and Woolwich. So I would like to actually talk about in favor of the motion regarding the crime mission. Today, we stand at a critical juncture where crime is escalating, and our communities feel the strain of years of neglect by the Tory government. The recent statistics are shocking. Shoplifting has reached a 20-year high, and theft has surged by nearly 20% over the past year. This isn't just about numbers. It's about the lives impacted, the businesses suffering, and the safety of our streets compromised. This motion is more than a call to action. It's a commitment to rebuild trust in our policing and justice system. By putting 13,000 neighbouring police officers and PSOs back on our streets, we make our communities feel seen and protected once again. The introduction of respect orders and measures like the Victims Court and Public Protection Bill will empower our police and ensure that victims of crime get the justice they deserve. We must stop turning a blind eye to antisocial behavior and the daily struggles of shop workers who face threats and violence, scrapping the effective immunity introduced by the Conservatives and creating specific offences for assaults on shop workers will send a clear message. Labour stands with those on the front line of our communities. Conference, this mission also extends to our youth, offering them pathways away from crime with the new Young Future programs, providing them with hope and opportunities, not criminal records. Conference, let's stand united to support this motion and ensure our streets are safe, our justice system is fair, and our communities are strong. So let's be united to build a better tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Conference. My name is Tricia Lehman. I'm a first-time speaker and a newly elected councillor to Camden Council. And I can tell you, it looks so easy sitting down there, and up here it is completely terrifying. I want to speak in support of the Clean Energy Mission, and particularly, I think, to highlight from my experience, my observation, the impact that sky-high energy prices have had on families in my area of North London. The impact of the cost of living crisis on our families locally has been really extreme. I know it applies across the country, but what we've seen in North London and the work that we've done with our families reminds us that this cost of living crisis has impacted particularly on the women in our community. It's the women who are ending up going to the food banks. It's the women who are doing 2 and 3 jobs, who are finding that even on that basis, they can't get the extras at school that they're now needing to pay for to give their kids the widest possible education opportunities. So this cost of living crisis, it really goes deep in our communities, and the Tories have a lot to answer for in the damage that they have done to people's lives over the last 14 years. We can't overstate that, and we mustn't ever forget it. Coming back to the Clean Energy Mission, the links here, I think, really matter. You know, we've got, say it quietly, a really revolutionary government in the House now, taking control. It's our government that are going to build a publicly owned clean energy generation company, and that is going to bring down the cost of energy. That is going to help our families deal with the sky-high prices that they've had to fight against in the last few years. So, Conference, please support the Clean Energy Mission and understand it's about, yes, it's about reinvigorating our industry, yes, it's about going green, but it's also about helping families at a very individual basis. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you, Conference. My name is Councillor Daniel Wilton. I'm a first-time speaker, however, my second time as a delegate. I'm standing here as a councillor on Wakefield Council, a newly elected councillor this time, but I'm standing in support of the growth mission. I represent a working-class northern town in the heart of West Yorkshire. I might not look it, but I was born under the last Labour government, and it was a real privilege to be able to knock on doors in the general election and say, our number one mission is about growth and economic stability. I know that with Rachel Reeves at the helm, we have a real opportunity to bring that mission forward and to take it to another level. The strong working economy, and it works for our working class communities. What I'm so excited about the most is that we're going to have Labour councillors working with a Labour mayor in Tracy Brabin, and now Labour MPs in a Labour government working to boost the economic growth to the top it can be. Thank you, conference.
Morning, conference. The higher the lectern, it's really good for tall people. I'm from Cornwall, Steve Hines, St Ives, and we voted for 4 out of 6 of our seats turned Labour. First time in history we've had a majority of MPs in Cornwall, Labour MPs. Every cloud has a silver lining. Out of the 6, 2 are Lib Dem. But we can say Cornwall is now a Tory-free zone. And it's important to say that because the failures of the Tory government, and yet we know from this motion, we've talked about Liz Truss and the absolute disaster of the Tory administration crashing the economy. We need growth, and Cornish people voted for growth. They voted for economic prosperity. I know everybody, a lot of you in this hall, are going to think of Cornwall about surfing and holidays, but we have real poverty in Cornwall, and we need economic growth. And the other thing we need is housing. And this government has got ambitious plans around housing. And this motion is fantastic. But of course the devil will be in the detail. You wouldn't believe it, but I'm only 22. I've spent... Okay, you don't believe me. All right, I've spent a lot of my time as a local councillor on planning committees, and a lot of my time I think I've been wasting, because the planning system is broken in this country. It is anti-growth. It's a speculator's charter. We have people putting in planning permission. All they want is capital growth on their land prices. It doesn't work. The other point to make about it, and the problem that we have in Cornwall, is getting volume housing. We want to meet these targets, but we will need state intervention. We need stronger laws around planning to discourage the NIMBYs, and we will need state subsidies. You cannot have a planning system that geared towards building affordable houses when the economic reality is it costs £250,000 to build a family home. You do the maths. If you're on a nurse's salary or a police person's salary, you cannot afford a house at those prices if a landowner and a builder is going to make a profit. So I'll say...
Sorry, Speaker, if you could wind up.
I go on. But the devil will be in the detail. We need real change, and we will need state subsidies.
Morning, conference. My name's Christine Bayliss, and I'm here as a delegate for Bexhill and Battle constituency in East Sussex. I was the parliamentary candidate earlier this year in July. We reduced a 26,000 majority to 2,600. We're now a marginal. And what is more, next door, in our twin seat of Hastings, we elected Helena Dollamore as our Labour MP. Now, my day job is Cabinet Lead on Rother District Council for Economic Development and Regeneration. And I'm on the Cabinet as part of a coalition along with 2 colleagues who I think are here today, representing anti-poverty and equalities and also housing. And as the economic development lead, I believe that, if you like, I'm the other side of a coin that's anti-poverty. We support people properly when they need it, and then we develop jobs and the economy for when they are ready. And Conference, we have 2,000 people on our housing waiting list. We have high levels of hidden poverty in Bexhill and Battle. So you can't imagine how frustrating it's been for the last few years to have a Tory government that never listened. So we got a Labour government, and the main area is growth. The main area is developing our economy so we can grow it and help more people, improve our public services, improve housing. I can't wait to get started. Please support the growth motion.
Thank you, Conference. Terence Smith, East Hull CLP. Today is 2 years since the Liz Truss mini-budget. 2 years since recklessness led to thousands of people like myself paying more for their mortgage. Every single month, I now live with the reality of what happens when people take actions that don't care about working people. I'm proud to live and work in East Hull, the greatest place you can ever visit. We've seen green energy investment from companies like Siemens, and we've got so many more ready to invest, and that's why I'm proud to have a Labour government that's willing to work with green energy to transform communities like mine in East Hull. At the last Labour government, lives were changed like mine because the economy grew, and I'm now so excited to see what this Labour government can do to change lives for the next generation. Conference, support the Growth and Clean Energy Mission. Thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone for contributing to that debate and to the speakers who gave their contributions. We'll now take the votes for the Britain Reconnected debate. As ever, votes will be taken by show of hands. The first vote is on Composite 1 procurement. Can I see all those in favour, please? All those against? That is clearly carried. Composite 2, the growth mission, all those in favour? And all those against? That also is clearly carried. Well, thank you, Conference. I'll be leaving you now, and Ellie Reeves will be replacing me as chair.
Good morning, Conference. It's my great pleasure to invite Jonathan Reynolds to speak.
Conference, I stand here before you today, proud to be your Secretary of State for Business and Trade, proud to be a part of the most working class cabinet in British history, and proud of the pro-business, pro-worker platform that was fundamental to our success at the election, but which will be even more fundamental to our success in government. No one should be in any doubt. We campaigned as a pro-business party, and we will govern as a pro-business party. Because we know we cannot deliver for the British people unless we turn around the low investment, low productivity, low growth economy which we have inherited. And we cannot do that unless we work in partnership with business to bring about the change we need. And my ask of all of you is not just to support that agenda, but to actively stand with me and this Labour government as we work day and night to again give people the work and the wages and the prosperity and the living standards that everyone in Britain needs and everyone in Britain deserves. This conference, the task is urgent. What I found when I walked through the door of my department on the 5th of July was a mess, left by Conservative ministers who had simply ceased to govern. Just like the Downing Street parties they threw, they expected someone else to come in and clear up after them. That Conservative overspending, the £22 billion black hole in the Treasury Reserve, put at risk things that could not be more important to the British people. Money for the steel industry, compensation for postmasters, and vital decisions on everything from shipbuilding to automotive had simply not been taken. They were deferred. They were left for us to deal with. You know, if people ask me for an example of what a pro-worker, pro-business agenda looks like, I point out to them that over the last decade, the unions in this room have actually fought harder for British industry than the Conservative Party did. Nowhere have we seen that more than in steel. And I'd like to thank Community and GMB and Unite for working with me to improve the deal for the workforce at Port Talbot. I will always be the first to say, I wish we could have done more. But I can tell you, working together with the unions, we have done more for steel in 2 months than the Conservative Party did in 14 years. I'm always aware of just how consequential the decisions that I make are, that they touch the lives of a great many people. And understanding that is what being a government of service is all about. And we have already begun the work to deliver that change. Implementing our plan for small business. Where previous governments talked about ending late payments, we have taken the action needed to ensure companies pay on time. And we aren't just tackling issues like business rates, but removing the wider barriers that hold back our local economies, making our high streets safe and vibrant once again, including new measures to stop violence against shop workers and turning around derelict town centres. It means delivering on our industrial strategy, so we win a greater share of investment in the UK for the industries that will contribute the most to our future growth. It means having a trade strategy that resets our relationship with the EU whilst also building new trade opportunities around the world. And conference, alongside those things, we cannot deliver the change we want without delivering our new deal for working people. Now, conference, you may have seen the Conservative Party. They don't like our plan to make work pay. And whilst it's ironic to hear the same people who've been asleep on the job for the last 14 years complain about other people's working practices, didn't we hear the same arguments against the minimum wage? So when they stand up in a few years' time trying to claim credit for the work the Labour movement did to advance the rights of working people, don't you let them forget which side of history they were on. This conference, we know when it comes to the Conservative Party, the British public have already availed themselves of the right to switch off. Conference, I will always make the case that many businesses in Britain model fantastic best practice, that they invest in their workforce, whether it's offering shared parental leave or support for carers. And we are going to make Britain more competitive and more investable. But our mission is not just for growth, but for growth that everybody benefits from. So conference, I put it to you. Where a person has worked a regular number of hours for some time, they should have the right to a contract that reflects those hours. And where a person has worked somewhere for 2 years, they do deserve protection from being unfairly dismissed. And that Most of all, where a person goes out to work. Not only do they deserve to be fairly paid for that work, but what every business also needs are customers who have some money in their pocket, some spending power, and that means over time moving towards a Britain where everyone earns a real living wage. The task ahead of us is a big one. It will be difficult at times, but no one else can change this country. So I say let's accept the challenge and get on with the job. And if you feel the same drive, the same passion, the same energy, and most of all the same hope that I feel every day as your Secretary of State, I am telling you we can build a Britain not just of good work and good wages, but of dignity, respect and opportunity. The Britain we have always believed in, the Britain we have always strived to build. Conference, together for the first time in years, our pro-business, pro-worker government gives us the chance to do exactly that. And I promise, as your Secretary of State, I will work every single moment I have to make that happen. Thank you very much, Conference.
Conference, with huge pride, can I please welcome Alex de Pledge to introduce the Chancellor.
Jerry Maguire is one of my all-time favourite movies. There's a bit in it towards the end where Tom Cruise is grovelling to Renée Zellweger, as men often do. And she stops him dead in the tracks and says, "You had me at hello." That's what Rachel did to me back in 2022. Although she didn't say hello, her actual words were, "I want to make sure that wealth creation is no longer a dirty word in the UK." Okay, snappy, it was not. Accurate, hell yeah. After years of Boris saying F business and Gove complaining that he was sick of experts, I thought, finally, here's a woman, no less, that understands industry and gets that without without wealth creation, i.e. economic growth, you can't have excellence in the NHS. You can't fix roads or fund schools or increase salaries or help people live in better housing. Wealth creation creates more than wealth. It's the engine of social progress. I see this every day in my own company, Resi. We're leveraging technology to make home extensions way more affordable and available to Britain's squeezed homeowners. I love my company because of the real benefit that it brings to these people's lives. And that benefit is not in any way diminished because it's private enterprise, only strengthened through the innovation and agility we can bring to the sector. When I look at Rachel, I see a woman who gets this, but on a national level, who understands that the choices ahead of her are not simple ones. There's no silver bullet to a thriving economy, and there's certainly no easy ride with the press. I see a person who knows all of this and continues on regardless, because she's got a job to do and the competency to see it through. So, if I have to choose a smart person to run this nation's spreadsheets, I choose Rachel. If I have to choose a builder to fix our broken economic foundations, I choose Rachel. if I have to choose a leader to champion high growth and balanced books, again, I choose Rachel. Actions speak louder than words. So let's take a look at what Rachel's been up to recently. But before we get there, I want you to break out of your polite Britishness for just one moment. Lovely people, please join me in giving your biggest, your noisiest and your most welcoming cheer for the lady that didn't just break the glass ceiling, she took a wrecking ball to it, our Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rachel Reeves.
Rachel Reeves, Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Conference, thank you. This time last year, I stood on this stage and I made a commitment. I promised that we would get Britain building again, repair our NHS and power growth in every part of Britain. Today, after 14 wasted years, I stand here as your Chancellor of the Exchequer, ready to deliver on that commitment. At this conference, we welcome more than 200 new Labour MPs, members of the most diverse parliament in our country's history. Labour winning for the very first time in seats like South East Cornwall, the Isle of Wight, Aldershot, Banbury and Basingstoke. In Hexham, Altrincham and the Ribble Valley, and Labour is back in the service of communities that we never should have lost, in our port, coal, steel and mill towns, from Bolsover, Bassetlaw and Grimsby, to Hartlepool, Rother Valley, Newton, Aycliffe and Bridgend, and Conference, in Edinburgh, in Glasgow, across the Central Belt and out in the Western Isles. Labour is back in Scotland too. Let me pay tribute to the people in this hall who made that difference. Those who stayed and fought through the hard years. Those who came back to our party under Keir's leadership. And those who joined us for the very first time. You helped change our party. And you gave us this priceless chance to change our country for the better. To all of you, a huge thank you. In this hall, 1 year ago, I stated my intention that the next time I addressed you, I would do so as the first female Chancellor of the Exchequer. Today, Conference, you can consider that a promise fulfilled. 800 years the post of Chancellor of the Exchequer has existed. Everyone a man. On the 5th of July, we made history. Every woman watching this will know, no matter how high you climb, how hard you work, how qualified you are, there will always be moments when you are reminded Some people still do not believe that a woman can get the job done. But millions of women in our party, in our trade unions, and in every walk of life beat back those doubts. I am here today because I worked hard, yes, but most of all, I'm here because of the efforts of those who went before me. Trailblazing women like Jenny Lee, Barbara Castle, and our friend and our inspiration, Harriet Harman. And I'm here because of thousands of women, many of you in the hall today, who broke down barriers and defeated low expectations to pave the way for the rest of us. I am a Labour Chancellor because of that collective endeavour. I am the first woman Chancellor because of that collective endeavour. And that collective endeavour does not stop here. It falls to me and to our generation of Labour women to follow in the footsteps of those who went before us, to write the work of all women back into our economic story, to show our daughters and our granddaughters that they need place no ceiling on their ambitions. That is the Britain we're building. That is the Britain that I believe in. Why is it that the British people put their trust in us for the first time in 5 general elections? It is because, thanks to Keir's leadership, we left no stone unturned to show that Labour is the party of economic responsibility and the party of working people. We were elected because, for the first time in almost 2 decades, people looked at us, looked at me, and decided that Labour could be trusted with their money. That is more than a political choice or a single line in any manifesto. It is about our values. Because we saw what happened 2 years ago when governments play fast and loose with the public finances. When the prices of food and housing and energy soar, it is working people with mortgages, rents and bills to pay who suffer the consequences. Well, I will not take that risk. I will repay the trust that people put in us. Trust is hard-earned. It's easily squandered. Just ask the Conservatives. They paid the price for their incompetence, their dishonesty, and their rule-breaking. Because we changed our Labour Party and we now have the chance to change our country for the better. We've had years of protest. We've had years of division and decline that left working people worse off. It wasn't for the Conservatives just the heaviest defeat in their party's history, but it was the heaviest defeat for any governing party in British history. And conference, I can tell you today that I am so proud that our Women's Parliamentary Labour Party is bigger than the entire Conservative Parliamentary Party. So where will the Conservatives go next? Well, what a clash of the titans their leadership contest has become. The former Home Secretary, who called the Rwanda scheme batshit, and is of course now pledging to bring it back. The former Immigration Minister, who found himself too right-wing to work with Suella Braverman. The moderate candidate, the former Security Minister, who says that he acts on his principles, previously demonstrated by backing Liz Truss to be Prime Minister. And then there's the former Business Secretary, who claims that she became working class at the age of 16. But conference, the Tories' failure was not just because they were incompetent or deluded, not just because they put party before country. Of course, both of those are true. It is because they do not understand the world as it is today. They do not understand the premium on economic stability in an uncertain world. They do not understand that in our new age of insecurity, government cannot just get out of the way and leave markets to their own devices. Instead, the Tories cling to the discredited, trickle-down and trickle-out dogma that a strong economy can be built through the contribution of just a few people, a few parts of the country, or a few industries. Their ideas choked off investment, opened wide gaps between different parts of the country, and it suffocated growth and living standards. We will not make those mistakes. Yet, when their ideas were found wanting, what do? They doubled down. Never forget what the Conservatives did. 2 years ago today, in their clamour to cut taxes for the richest, they crashed the economy, sent mortgages spiralling and put pensions in peril. You will hear many things at their conference next week, but you won't hear an apology. No apology for the cost of your mortgage. No apology for crumbling classrooms and rising waiting lists. No apology for mismanaging our public finances, degrading our institutions and crashing our global standing in the world. They do not care, and they have learned nothing. So be in no doubt. Be in no doubt. Given the chance, they will try and do it all over again. Only we, only the Labour Party can stop them. So we must have no complacency, a relentless focus on the priorities of the British people, and iron discipline. We cannot give them that chance. So let's resolve together today that we will not give them that chance. Now, I know that you are impatient for change. I am too. But conference, because of that legacy left by the Conservatives, the road ahead is steeper and harder than we expected. You don't need to take my word for it. Figures released only on Friday showed another month of record borrowing. Debt at 100% of GDP. That is the inheritance that they left in black and white. In my first weeks at the Treasury, the true extent of the Tories' irresponsibility was revealed to me. £22 billion of spending plans this year that the previous government did not disclose, which they had no plan to pay for, and which they had covered up from Parliament and from the British people. Departments had been allocated money that they were spending, but which did not exist. The money was not there. A £22 billion black hole which, if not tackled now, will pose risks for years to come. That included more than £6 billion overspend on the asylum system, including their failed Rwanda policy. Almost £3 billion on rail projects. The nation's reserve, intended for genuine emergencies, set to be spent 3 times over, only 3 months into the financial year. They were reckless, they were irresponsible, and they acted in that way, not because they believed it was right for our country, but because they believed it might rescue their party from defeat. They promised solutions that they knew could never be paid for. Roads that would never be built. Public transport that would never arrive. And hospitals that would never treat a single patient. They showed no regard for ordinary working people, and they did not care about the consequences. It was made clear to me that failure to act swiftly could undermine the UK's fiscal position, with implications for public debt, mortgages, and prices. And so I took action to make the in-year savings necessary. We are reviewing plans for new hospitals promised by the Conservatives but which they did not budget for. We cancelled road and rail projects promised by the Conservatives but which they did not budget for. And I made the choice to means test the winter fuel payment so that it's only targeted at those most in need. I know that not everyone in this hall or in the country will agree with every decision that I make. But I will not duck those decisions. Not for political expediency, not for personal advantage. Faced with that £22 billion black hole that the Conservatives left this year, and with a triple lock ensuring that the state pension will rise by an estimated £1,700 over the course of this Parliament, I judged it the right decision in the circumstances that we inherited. I did not take those decisions lightly. I will never take the responsibilities of this office lightly. And I will never take lightly the trust of voters, who have been burned too often by politicians who put ideology and party and self-interest above the interests of the British people. And so, we must deal also with another Tory legacy. Conference, I know how hard people work for their money. Taxpayers' money should be spent with the same care with which working people spend their own money. And so 1 year ago, I promised you that this Labour government would wage a war on Tory waste. It has begun. I pledged that we would aim to halve government consultancy spend, and we have already announced savings this year. I pledged that we would cut down on the excesses of Tory ministers' private air travel, and we have already cancelled the £40 million contract for Rishi Sunak's VIP helicopter. And I pledged that we would act on the carnival of waste and fraud that took place during the COVID pandemic. Billions of pounds of public money handed out to friends and donors of the Conservative Party. Billions more defrauded from the taxpayer. More than £1 billion spent on PPE that either did not arrive or was not fit for purpose. All under the cover of the greatest crisis of my lifetime. On entering government, we found £674 million of contracts in dispute, where we inherited a recommendation from the previous government that any attempt to reclaim that money should be abandoned. The Tories simply did not care, but Labour will not stand for it. I will not stand for it. So, as I promised, we are appointing a COVID corruption commissioner. It could not be more urgent. And I have put a block on any contract being abandoned or waived until it has been independently assessed by that commissioner. I won't turn a blind eye to little artists and fraudsters. I won't turn a blind eye to those who use the national emergency to line their own pockets. I won't let them get away with that. That money belongs in our police, it belongs in our health service, and it belongs in our schools. And Conference, we want that money back. Next month, I will deliver the first budget of this Labour government. The first Labour budget in 14 years. And because I know how much damage has been done in those 14 years, let me say one thing straight up. There will be no return to austerity. Conservative austerity was a destructive choice for our public services and for investment and growth too. Yes, we must deal with the Tory legacy, and that means tough decisions. But I won't let that dim our ambition for Britain. So it will be a budget with real ambition, a budget to fix the foundations, a budget to deliver the change that we promised, a budget to rebuild Britain. And my budget will keep our manifesto commitments. Every choice we make will be within a framework of economic and fiscal stability. You'd expect nothing less. We said we would not increase taxes on working people, which is why we will not increase the basic, higher or additional rates of income tax, national insurance or VAT. And we will cap corporation tax at its current level for the duration of this Parliament. Conference, as promised, we will extend the energy profits levy on oil and gas producers to invest in homegrown energy here in Britain. We will end the non-bond tax loopholes, and we will crack down on tax avoidance and tax evasion. That is the difference that a Labour government will make. And we are already delivering on that promise to cut down on tax avoidance and tax evasion, strengthening the powers of HMRC under the leadership of our Exchequer Secretary James Murray, and recruiting 5,000 new tax compliance officers, because this government will not sit back and indulge the minority who avoid paying the taxes that they owe. And Conference, we will enact another manifesto commitment, because I know every parent has aspiration for their children, and I know the strain that our state schools have been under. This government will introduce VAT on private school fees to invest in our state schools. It is the fair choice, the responsible choice, the Labour choice to support the 94% of our children in our state schools. That is the Britain we're building. That is the Britain that I believe in. This budget will be a budget for economic growth. It will be a budget for investment. Because today we find ourselves at the very bottom of the G7 league table for economy-wide investment as a share of our GDP. And we must change that. Conference, I believe in a better Britain. A Britain of opportunity, fairness and enterprise. I know that country has sometimes felt far off in recent years, as our growth, our productivity and family finances fall behind. But it doesn't have to be that way. The British capacity for inventiveness, enterprise, and old-fashioned hard work has not gone away. So believe me when I say, my optimism for Britain burns brighter than ever. My ambition knows no limits, because I can see the prize on offer if we make the right choices now. Stability is the crucial foundation on which all of our ambitions will be built. The essential precondition for business to invest with confidence and for families to plan for the future. The Liz Truss experiment showed us that any plan for growth without stability leads to ruin. So we will make the choices necessary to secure our public finances and fix the foundations for lasting growth. Stability paired with reform will forge the conditions for businesses to invest and for consumers to spend with confidence. Growth is the challenge, and investment is the solution. Investment in new industries, new technologies, and new infrastructure. Let me put what we are doing into some perspective. If the UK economy had grown at just the average rate of other OECD economies under the Tories, our economy would be £140 billion larger today. That would have provided an extra £58 billion to invest in our public services without raising a single tax rate by a single penny. Revenue to invest in our schools, our hospitals, our police and all our public services. And that's not the limit of my ambitions, because with growth we will create jobs that pay enough to raise a family on, for you and your children. Put real money in the pockets of working people, and wealth in all of our communities that flows into vibrant high streets. That is how we'll make Britain the best place to start and grow a business, whatever background you come from, wherever you grew up. Things built to last and exported around the world are made here in Britain. This is how we'll achieve what we promised, the 5 missions that will comprise a decade of national renewal. That is the Britain that we are building. That is the Britain that I believe in. During the election campaign, I visited businesses all over Britain, from historic brands seizing the opportunities of the future, to innovative startups at the cutting edge, to high street businesses breathing new life into their communities. Our world-leading universities, creative industries, life sciences, tech companies, and professional services. I see immense potential wherever I go. But for every success story, there is potential held back. Entrepreneurs struggling to access finance. High street businesses punished by our outdated system of business rates. Builders frustrated by a planning system which hands power to the blockers. Exporters tied up in red tape by a failed Brexit deal. Too many people out of work through chronic illness waiting for treatment, or without the skills, training and security that they need to build their potential. And a welfare state that does not always incentivise work. Brilliant young people shut out of the opportunities that they deserve, and whole industries held back without a real strategy for their future. So we must learn the lessons of the Tories' failure. We must build growth in a changed world. In this age of insecurity, growth requires stability, but not stability alone. It requires active government, and it requires the contribution of people in every part of Britain, not just a few. Where there are vested interests, outdated practices, or institutional barriers obstructing productive investment, we will confront them head on. Where active government is called for, this government will act. And conference, it is time that the Treasury moved on from just counting the costs of investment to recognising the benefits too. So we are calling time on the ideas of the past, calling time on the days when government stood back, left crucial sectors to fend for themselves and turned a blind eye to where things are made and who makes them. The era of trickle-down, trickle-out economics is over. And so I can announce that next month, alongside our Business Secretary, Jonathan Reynolds, we will publish our plans for a new industrial strategy for Britain. A strategy for driving and shaping long-term growth in our manufacturing and service sectors. A strategy to unlock investment, create jobs and deliver prosperity. A strategy to help break down barriers to regional growth. Speed ahead to net zero and clean power by 2030, and build prosperity on strong and secure foundations. Because when I said that this Labour Party is proudly pro-business and proudly pro-worker, I meant it. This mission for investment, for growth, for jobs, is why in a few weeks' time, this government will be hosting a major international investment summit, bringing together hundreds of business leaders to send a simple message that after years of instability and uncertainty, Britain is open for business once again. And this mission is why we will reform our pension system, overhaul business rates, give power to our regional mayors and leaders, deliver a plan to get waiting lists down and people back to work, and forge a closer relationship with our neighbours in the European Union while pursuing trade deals to open up new markets too. It's why we launched a new National Wealth Fund to invest in new and growing industries right across Britain. And it is why Angela Rayner and I have wasted no time in ripping out the blockages in our planning system so we can get Britain building again. You know, within 72 hours of taking office, we did more to unblock the planning system than the Conservatives did in 14 years. including an end to the senseless Tory ban on onshore wind. And conference, we won't stop there. Onshore wind to bring down your energy bills, new data centres for good jobs in the industries of the future, and housing for the decent home that every family deserves. That is the Britain we're building. That is the Britain that I believe in. If you want to start or grow a business, if you want to export overseas, if you want to build in Britain but fear local opposition and delay, if you have felt the quiet desperation of jobs, opportunity and investment slipping away, then be assured, your ambitions, your hopes, your future will not be held back any longer. I have promised this hall before that what you will see in your town, in your city, is a sight that we have not seen often enough in our country. Shovels in the ground, cranes in the sky, the sounds and the sights of the future arriving. We will make that a reality. Jobs in the automotive sector of the future in the industrial heartland of the West Midlands. Jobs in life sciences across the Northwest, clean technology across South Yorkshire, a thriving gaming industry in Dundee, and jobs in carbon capture and storage on Teesside, Humberside, and right here on Merseyside too. Wealth created and wealth shared in every part of Britain. That is the prize. That is the Britain we're building. That is the Britain that I believe in. And conference, because growth must be built by the many, its proceeds must be felt by the many too. And because of the indignity and insecurity that stems from the broken link between hard work and fair reward, we will deliver on another promise, a new deal for working people, with a ban on exploitative zero-hour contracts, an end to fire and rehire, and a minimum wage which takes into account the real cost of living, so that last we will have a genuine living wage in our country. For dignity, for security, for growth, this Labour government will make work pay. That is the Britain we're building. That is the Britain that I believe in. Within weeks of entering office, we faced another choice. We could accept the independent pay review body's recommendations and give public sector workers their first above-inflation pay rise in 14 years. Or we could allow further industrial disruption to wreak havoc on our public services. Patients having hospital appointments cancelled. Parents unable to send their children to school. Key workers, the men and the women who kept us safe during the pandemic, forced to pay the price for a crisis that they did not create. The Conservatives gave no guidance to the pay review bodies on affordability, nor did they budget for the recommendations they offered. And the Conservatives will deny that this was a choice that had to be made at all. They will claim that it was a viable strategy to let industrial action continue, to let a crisis in recruitment and retention spiral, and let public services deteriorate yet further. That was not a choice I was willing to make, and it was not a choice that was in the national interest either. So I am proud to stand here as the first Chancellor in 14 years to have delivered a meaningful real pay rise to millions of public sector workers. We made that choice. We made that choice not just because public sector workers needed a pay rise, but because it was the right choice for parents, patients and for the British public, the right choice for recruitment and retention, and it was the right choice for our country. If the Conservative Party, they want to fight about this, if they want to argue that we should have ignored those pay review bodies, that public sector workers should fall further behind the cost of living, that ordinary families should pay the price of industrial action. If the Conservative Party want to fight about who can be trusted to make the right choices for our public services and those who use them, then I say, bring it on. Public services that we can be proud of once again with a Labour government. That is the Britain that we're building, and that is the Britain that I believe in. Let me tell you where I'm coming from. My mum and dad were primary school teachers, and I'm really proud of that. My mum was a special needs teacher at my school, and my dad was a head teacher at a different local primary. I know how hard my mum and dad worked, how dedicated they were, the long hours they put in, my sister Ellie and me playing in our dad's office whilst he worked late. And they had to do that in the face of a Conservative government that in its every action showed that it didn't care much about kids in schools like theirs, ordinary comprehensive schools like the one that I went to, and the kids that I grew up with. My mum and dad lived their values, and they taught me the value of public service, of hard work, of giving something back to your community. I joined this party because of 3 words spoken in a conference hall in Blackpool 28 years ago. Education, education, education. I joined this party because I believe that strong public services are the backbone of any decent society. Because I believe that people should rise and fall on their own merit, not on the circumstances of their birth. And because I believe that we do not have to choose between a fair society and a strong economy. I don't want kids to succeed against all odds. I want them to succeed because they deserve it. Because the odds aren't stacked against them. That's the Britain that I want to live in. Just like every other parent who wants the best for their kids. So I would judge my time in office a success if I know that at the end of it, there are working class kids from ordinary backgrounds who lead richer lives, their horizons expanded and able to achieve and thrive in Britain today. That starts by taking the first steps on delivering another manifesto commitment. Our promise, led by our Education Secretary Bridget Phillipson, to introduce free breakfast clubs in every primary school across England. Today I can announce that that will start in hundreds of schools for primary school-aged pupils from this April ahead of the national rollout. An investment in our young people, an investment in reducing child poverty, an investment in our economy. And an investment so that in years to come, we can proudly say that we left behind a Britain where the next generation has a chance to do better than those who came before it. Conference, that is the Britain that we're building. That is the Britain that I believe in. The work of change is only just beginning, and the stakes are high. Trust is a fragile thing. We've seen the consequences when mainstream politics comes up short. It falls to us to show that politics can be a force for positive change. Not through words, but through action. Through progress towards that Britain of opportunity, fairness, and enterprise. That is our task. That is my task. It comes with a great weight of responsibility. I embrace it. It will mean hard work. I am ready for it. The British people put their trust in us, and we will repay it. And when someone asks you, does this government represent me? When they ask, whose side are they on? You can tell them. When you work hard, Labour will make sure you get your fair reward. When barriers obstruct opportunity and investment is constricted, Labour will tear down those barriers. When working people have paid the price for the Tory chaos whilst waste spirals and taxes are avoided, Labour will act. And when the national interest demands hard choices, Labour will not duck them. We will make fair choices for decent public services and the people who rely on them, for investment and opportunity in every part of Britain, for an end to the naysaying, the division, the defeatism, an end to the low investment that feeds decline, and an end to the easy answers, the empty promises and the Tory stagnation. Conference, you can tell them that we stand, that we will always stand with working people. We changed our party, now let us change our country. This is our moment, our chance to show that politics can make a difference, that Britain's best days lie ahead, that our families, our communities, our country need not look on while the future is built somewhere else, that we can and we will make our own future here. A Britain trading, competing and leading in a changed world. A Britain founded on the talent and the effort of working people. That is the Britain we're building. That is the Britain I believe in. Together, let's go and build it. Thank you.
Oh, look at him!
Yeah, I get that. Good day. Well, I went out to our power heating bill, and now when I get home, I'm going to turn it on.
No, you're not just I'm in the back. I'm in the back, so don't worry about it.
But I see it, yeah.
I'm just going to cut that with that.
I mean, it's what goes off of what?
Huh?
I stay in the village. All buses.
Yeah? Mainly. That's a crop out from the time out to my house. That's my last bus from home. And the last bus at the end of the time is 5:30. That's not
Maybe not water bottle.
Just watch my top.
What are you doing out there, mate?
No, I am not going out in that rain. I'm not going Well, they brought a pastry. She got a box of pastry. I might
Try the left knee off.
She gave me 5, she loves it. Wonder. The minute I was pregnant, I was like,
No more?
I'd have a mental breakdown if I
I bought it for that reason. You would have asked
Oh, let's see it there. Haven't got it. Oh, 57 quid later, every time. There'll be another one coming now.
But I'm not there. Somebody else will.
Soul shopping. I'd rather come back to something that's not like shopping. It's been mine. Good shopping.
And I like putting it all away.
Oh, you can
I like over it.
So did I actually. I like my dice and everything.
Double shot. What's the one and what's the night? And on Sunday.
I buy all
So I
the
don't know
stuff
when
that
you
I
chose
don't
to
even know. I like it really.
And do you know why I like it?
Is it in me not being able?
It's a finished product.
Well, that's big by the time.
I do a washing and drying. I do all washing.
So that's why you like to do it then. That's why she got 5 days off. I mean,
You got time to enjoy the other parts of life.
well, yeah, my husband did all of that. I like to know maybe when did you get in life? I can't do that. It's all relative. If I need a wallpaper. I said you like to do today, so she was like, no, no.
I know she'd like to take her on a spin.
Done, I'm finished. That's me, I'm ruined.
That's a very simple word to say.
I bet you do have anything to wash it.
I don't know. I like to take it out before you do.
That's it.
After the bottom.
I don't like it, right? Come on, guys.
There you are. You got one this conference. But you'll go. I can't wash my hand and it will be
We were going wrong, maybe. Your work top.
80 minutes full spin. 80 minutes full spin and you don't let you know without the video. I'm on about steering you. Now it's your mind. Ain't no bones about it. You took it down that path again. I need to move.
Being outside though.
We enjoy the last 1.5 minutes. We enjoyed the last 1.5 minutes. We'd have been there earlier, but it was raining.
A stall. Thrown in the deep end. At a light made next to the speech.
Not
Accused of misusing party funds to a national crisis.
Boris Johnson said he didn't know rules were being broken at events like this one. Except now we're told that at this very party, he made light of it.
I should have banged that door down the hall.
Just hours before she sat alone at her husband's funeral, at Downing Street, people partied into the night.
A plummeting pound, soaring costs of long-term borrowing, a material risk to UK financial stability.
I was actually in the process of getting a mortgage as a young person, and I was told my initial interest rate would be 4.5%. And I was told today that the lender has pulled that offer, and now the best offer that I can get is about 10.5%.
Expects that Britain and Germany will experience the lowest economic growth in the G7 this year and next year.
Junior doctors in England have begun what's set to be their biggest strike action. The UK economy has entered recession.
The number of channel crossings tipped over 10,000. A new record for this stage in England.
You'll be aware, of course, that the number of people waiting appointments has grown. 7.2 when you said that. And you have accepted that's a fake, isn't it?
Yeah, no, the waiting list today is higher than it was when I took office.
Thank you to the people of Scotland who have put their faith and trust in the Scottish Labour Party. After 14 years, we finally have a government that cares about Scotland, understands Scotland and wants to deliver for Scotland. Scotland will be the beating heart of that Labour government, and that hard work for change starts straight away.
Conference, please take your seats. The session is about to begin. Conference, please welcome Gavin Sibthorpe and the Platform Party.
Radio Conference, welcome back. So this afternoon we have the Growth Mission Plenary, reports from the nations, and finally the Clean Energy Plenary. But our first speaker this afternoon is Peter Kyle, Secretary of State for Science, Innovation and Technology. Peter.
Thank you, Conference. Let me start by introducing my incredible team. We've got Chris Bryant, Maggie Jones, Ferial Clark, Callum Anderson, and for his first Labour conference, Patrick Vallance. For 14 years, our country has paid the price of a Conservative government. Growth, stalled, opportunities shrank, public services atrophied, and inequalities were deepened. Of course, the Tories talked a good game about growth, but it was all mouth and no trousers. Well, it was in Boris's case, but for Rishi, it was mouth and short trousers. Across government, we are clearing up their mess. In my department, I found projects worth millions announced by my predecessors without a single penny put behind them. Talk is cheap, and it was a cheap Tory trick. But empty promises cost. They waste everyone's time and effort, they sap people's energy and enthusiasm, and they squander the opportunities for Britain to get ahead. The Conservatives like to wrap themselves up in our country's flag, but time and time again, one failed Prime Minister after another, they never lived up to the values that it represents. That's why Britain was crying out for change. Once again, it falls to Labour in government to repair the damage done under the Conservatives. Just like Attlee and Wilson, Blair and Brown before them, Keir, Angela and Rachel are tasked with putting our divided, damaged, disunited kingdom back together again. So change begins. Change requires us to put wealth creation and economic growth at the core of our national endeavour, because growing the economy is the route to better lives and life chances for working people. My predecessor, when she wasn't libelling people and passing on the legal costs to the taxpayer, she said that her number one priority was driving woke out of science. Well, conference, our number one mission is to be the partner scientists need to tackle disease, climate change, and create economic growth. It is a massive task. From artificial intelligence to human life sciences, from addressing digital exclusion to widening full fibre internet connectivity, from promoting employment opportunities from the new data-driven technologies to protecting children against potential online harm, from creating digital centre of government to spreading the digital technologies across the NHS and our public services. We have got responsibility for Britain's space programme, so for us it really is infinity and beyond. But the scope of these responsibilities is dwarfed by the pace of technological change. Just think about it. A little girl born today in Liverpool's Women's Hospital will live longer and healthier because of medicines discovered and developed using artificial intelligence. Her life story will be told through a new generation of smartphone technology. Her memories will be made and recorded on new platforms as she grows from teenager into adulthood. She is part of a new digital generation, and this latest revolution began before she was even born and will continue throughout and beyond her life. Her education and career prospects, her life's journey, will be created and curated by a series of discoveries as yet unknown. But there is nothing inevitable about her story. There is nothing inevitable about who benefits, how and by how much from this revolution. That is a choice. For progressives, our choice is to drive this change, whilst harnessing its immense power for the good of all. Failing to prepare for this change is simply preparing to fail. Britain's businesses and British workers cannot be left to sink or swim in the technological tsunami that is engulfing the world. I totally understand the concerns that people have about the impact on their jobs, children, communities, and the whole of society. Our task is to recognise these concerns, mitigate where possible, upskill where necessary, reskill where appropriate, and regulate where essential. Every industrial revolution challenges the traditional structures of the society that it impacts. In the 1860s, MPs was concerned about the speed of locomotives. It meant they introduced a 2-mile-an-hour speed limit, and somebody had to run ahead waving a red flag. In 1886, the National Anti-Vaccination League opposed the introduction of vaccines for public health. And in the early 20th century, the Horse Association of America opposed the introduction of the tractor. Some oppose the development of nuclear energy in the 1960s, as they do with solar and wind power today. Some of those concerns might seem silly now, but they were a real and substantial then. If those generations had decided that the pace of progress was too high, society would have remained poorer, slower, dirtier, and sicker. Today, we need to harness these technologies. They need not be a threat any more than the train or the tractor. Resisting the opportunity cost of conservatism is the real price of progress. The challenge is to harness technology for the good, to make it work for the good of all. That's why we are fully implementing the Online Safety Act to improve online safety for everyone, especially the most vulnerable. It's why we're making the AI Safety Institute a statutory body, alongside identifying and realising the massive opportunities of AI for pupils and teachers, workers and students, scientists and researchers, the NHS staff and patients too. It's why we are working to make Britain the most attractive place to invest, to start up and grow businesses in science and technology. But because that is the most sustainable route to wealth creation, opportunity generation, secure employment and economic growth. And it's why we are determined to tackle digital exclusion. The opportunities of this technological revolution must be available to everyone. It must be more fairly shared between men and women, regardless of age, ethnicity, ability, and social class, and across all regions and nations of our country. Securing these advances for all is a modern, progressive project that can, over time, make communities cleaner, greener, safer, and fairer too. Our task is to lay the foundations for the security, prosperity, and opportunity of this digital generation, to make Britain the best place for people to live, work, build their homes and families, plan for the future, and enjoy their retirement, where no one goes to bed hungry because the economy grows too slowly, where no one is denied the treatment and care they need because the technology they rely on is either outdated or inadequate, where our country's reputation is no longer shaped by the shame of food banks, but the potential of state-of-the-art data banks. That is the modern Britain of hope and optimism, of ambition and fulfilment, of discovery and diversity, of opportunity and security that we seek to build. For that little girl in that Liverpool maternity unit, and for all of Britain's digital generation, that change starts right now, right here, with this Labour government. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. So we'll have some delegate speeches in a few minutes, but first we've got Louise Haigh, Secretary of State for Transport. Thanks, Louise.
Thank you, Conference. It's been 14 years since a Labour Transport Secretary addressed you. 14 years of potholes, protracted strikes and empty promises. Our transport system had become a symbol of national decline, of a country that no longer worked and a government that had no plan or any interest in fixing it. But it's thanks to your graft, to your commitment and to your belief that now we have the chance to change that. The chance to fix what is broken and rebuild Britain in the service of working people. I know I stand on the shoulders of some giants of our Labour movement in assuming this office. Our first female Transport Secretary, the incomparable Barbara Castle, who famously said in politics, guts is all. And she came under horrendous attack for it. even receiving death threats for introducing those disgracefully woke anti-driver measures, the breathalyzer and the seatbelt. Barbara understood that transport wasn't about the roads or the tracks, but about the people and the opportunities it can create or deny them. And what was true then is true today. From the woman I met on the campaign trail who had to move house because her local bus route was cut. She couldn't get to work, to the doctor, to see her parents. To the young person who is always late for work because they can't afford the car insurance or even book a driving test in the first place. And the businesses who want to invest but choose to go elsewhere because they can't get their people or their products to where they need to be. Keir has set us all a mission. Our mission is to get Britain moving. And that's why we've not wasted a single second in getting to work. My fantastic ministerial team and I, Peter Hendy, Simon Lightwood, Lillian Greenwood and Mike Kane, we told our department that our new motto is to move fast and fix things. And that is exactly what we're doing. 30 years of rail privatisation has left us with a system that served no one other than its shareholders. Record delays, record cancellations, crippling strikes holding our country back, passengers an afterthought. We are bringing the age of privatised chaos underwritten by public money to an end for good. There are those that said this could never change, that our politics is too small to stand up to a challenge like this, that it doesn't matter the colour of the rosette, things will always stay the same. But that has never been Labour. That has never been us. There is a reason our party is the greatest force for social change our country has ever seen. 12 months ago, I told you we would take action if the British people gave us the chance. And because of what we achieved together, that is exactly what we are doing. That's why the first bill of this new Labour government we worked so hard to elect is a bill to bring our railways back into public ownership where they have always belonged. That's real action, real change, right now. The Tory choice was more of the same. The Labour choice is change. The legislation is underway. The savings will be made and reinvested in better services. The railways will work for passengers, not profiteers. By the end of this Parliament, our railways will be in public ownership, run by Great British Railways, in the service of you, the British people. And change does not stop there. We've hauled in failing train operators and put them on remedial plans. We've announced world-leading legislation to ensure flying will be greener. We've called time on divisive culture wars around walking and cycling. We've repealed the toxic minimum service level legislation, greenlit hundreds of affordable homes by stations, and we got round the table with the unions to put an end to the longest ever industrial dispute on our railways. That's real action, real change, right now. But I couldn't speak to you today without talking about a passion of mine, and that's buses. Millions depend on them. But for too long, politicians in my position have cared too little, and it's shown. For decades, private operators have been allowed to pick and choose routes and services that put profit ahead of passengers with no control for communities. Last year, I stood in front of you and promised we would extend powers so that every area of the country could run their own bus services, just like London has done for decades. Building on the brilliant work of our mayors across the country, that's exactly what we've done. Within weeks of being elected, our Labour government has brought forward legislation to bring our buses back under public control. And we'll go further still. We'll overturn the ideological Tory ban on public ownership of bus companies, a public transport system that is for the public. Don't let anyone ever tell you the colour of the rosette doesn't matter. Don't let anyone ever tell you politics doesn't change things. Because of what we achieved together, we're not just cleaning up the mess of the last 14 years. We are ripping up the very roots of Thatcherism that have undermined and run down our transport system for decades. Because privatisation of our transport system is not pragmatism. It hasn't spurred innovation. It hasn't made things better. It belongs to a past that has failed, and we do not accept failure when it comes to the lives and livelihoods of the British people. Friends, there is so much more to do. We're going to transform the way we invest in infrastructure. We'll get HS2 back under control and give people faith that Britain can build again. And we'll work across government to deliver a 10-year infrastructure strategy which supports growth right across the country. The task ahead is not easy, but nothing worth doing ever is. Together, we will fix the foundations of this country. Together, we will deliver the change that we promised. Together, we will build a better Britain. Let's move even faster. Let's fix things. We can do it together.
Thank you, Louise. We have only the one composite in this plenary. Composite 3 on infrastructure 2 around Royal Mail. This is to be moved by the CWU and seconded by ASLEF. Once we've had this composite moved and seconded, we'll take other speakers from the floor. So looking for lots of hands. But if the mover is ready, cheers. Over to you.
Chair Conference, Dave Wald, the Communication Workers Union, to move the Infrastructure 2 motion and to say to you that we welcome the Government's decision to call in the takeover bid for Royal Mail by the Czech billionaire Daniel Kretinsky. And let me be absolutely clear that the future of Royal Mail really does hang in the balance. And the decisions that this government will make, not in the next year, but in the next 2 or 3 months, will determine the future of around 130,000 postal workers' jobs, will determine what happens to the universal service, a critical part of the UK's infrastructure, and the relevance of that was seen recently during the COVID pandemic. And also what happens to an iconic UK company that is still a major contributor to the UK economy with an annual turnover of £9 billion. So, Conference, let's recognise today exactly what Louise said in that last speech. Privatisation has been a disaster for Royal Mail, for its customers and for its workforce, and for the country. And let me be clear as well that there has been no investment from privatisation in Royal Mail. There has been absolutely no innovation, no serious growth strategies, just ripping off the public, ripping off the workforce, lining the pockets of shareholders and rewarding, above all, a failed leadership team that have destroyed the service deliberately so that they can claim that USO reform needs to happen for short-term financial gain, and at the same time have viciously attacked their own workforce. So, look, this is the last chance saloon for Royal Mail. We're here today to ask this government to give us some guarantees. One, let's make absolutely sure that we get guarantees that if this bid were to go through, that it isn't going to be an asset-stripping agenda, and that they will properly scrutinise the debt financing of this bid. Two, that any decision on the universal service cannot be left to Royal Mail's current and previous leadership who have failed this business, or Ofcom, who have brought about with their failure to protect the USO the demise of the business. You can't leave it to them to stitch up Royal Mail. The government have to make that decision in consultation with workers and the country. And three, we need to see a new model of ownership, a new business model, a model where workers and customers have a greater say in the future direction of the company. That was in the Labour manifesto, and we are going to hold you, and Conference will hold you, this government, to account on that. Conference, finally, this week we're holding our members of voting in the political fund ballot. And they are watching this conference. They're watching what this government does to see if they're listening to them about the problems, the challenges, not of their making, that we are facing in Royal Mail. So if you support your local postal worker, if you believe in a Royal Mail that can be rebuilt as we do in the interests of customers and workers primarily, then show your appreciation now and let our members see that this government, this conference, this Labour Party are fully behind them. Thanks very much.
Conference, good afternoon. Alan Moss, ASLEF, seconding the motion. I'd just like to send a warm message of solidarity to each and every delegate attending conference. Conference, I'm a train driver, and as a proud train driver, the first thing that I want to do is extend sincere thanks to the Secretary of State for Transport for moving fast, fixing the dispute and bringing the railways back into public ownership where they belong. Thank you. Conference, public services rely on public infrastructure. That's why the railways, it's true, and that is why it's also true in the postal service and on Royal Mail. Privatisation has failed Royal Mail. We stand with our colleagues and comrades in the CWU who are fighting the proposed takeover of the company. Allowing this takeover bid would lead to more fragmentation and asset stripping of Royal Mail and of our national infrastructure. That is the working people have built in this country. The consequences of the situation in Royal Mail will also be felt across industries. After nearly 200 years, Royal Mail is scrapping its fleet of mail trains, a decision that has not been made in the interest of the public or of the workers. That is why the working people must stand together in all our industries, and we are all dependent on each other. We need a long-term plan for publicly owned mail, rail freight and our public infrastructure. It's time that we took a stand against the profiteers, against those that want to make money but do not want to contribute to our communities. Conference, please support this motion. Thank you.
Thanks, delegates. So I am now going to take speakers from the floor in rounds of 4. So if delegates want to put up their hands if they want to speak, I can see the delegates down here with the burgundy top. The delegate right at the back. The delegate with the white top over there. The delegate with the red hoodie. And is there any accessibility stewards with their hands in the air? And there's a delegate with a black jumper on. Cheers.
Thank you. I'm Julia Buckley, the new Labour MP for Shrewsbury. Investment in and public control of local transport will be life-changing for rural communities like my beautiful constituency in Shrewsbury. We have so much to offer as a thriving, historic, beautiful market town, but we will never fulfil our true potential while ever we are cut off by lack of trains and lack of buses. In Shrewsbury, Minister, we are dreaming of a Sunday service. Our young people are begging for buses after 6 o'clock. Can you imagine the impact on our local economy when this Labour government enable that for us? Thank you for remembering our rural communities.
You want to come up?
Hello, my name is Alex Ratcliffe. I'm from the Nuneaton CLP. First time attendee here, first time speaker, so this is quite a lot of people. Okay, well, we're here. I'm here to support the motion put forward by the CWU. I was a striking postman a few winters ago, and to be able to stand here and address not just the Labour Party but the government in power, that we need this, not just for all the posties up and down the country, but for the people that we see every single day. To deliver letters and supplies to people during COVID, to see the day-to-day impacts of putting final notice letters through doors, to be seeing people who were struggling, to be told that we had to prioritise parcels instead of letters for blind people, braille, to be told to be doing all that, knowing full well nothing would change under the Conservatives, to now seeing where we are, we need to invest in our public services and our public infrastructure. And I'm asking everybody here, please, please support this from the CWU. Not just for the posties, but for the future of this country, for the future of my son, your children, your grandchildren. We need this. Please support this. Thank you.
Jack Callaghan, Hartlepool CLP, first time speaker, second time delegate. Not only am I the vice chair of my CLP, I'm also the son of a steel worker at one of Hartlepool's steel plants. That means that infrastructure, industry and growth have been extremely important to my family and my area's survival. Just like our steel industry, Royal Mail is a beloved British institution. Over hundreds of years, it has developed into more than simply a postal service. It's become an iconic national asset. But like any institution, it's only as good as the people who staff it. The exceptional postal workers who day in and day out ensure that post and packages are delivered and this key piece of infrastructure continues to operate. They deserve protection and recognition as the essential workers that they are. After 14 years of Conservative chaos and a distinct lack of strategic planning, we need a constructive and grown-up approach. So, Conference, please support this motion.
Hi Conference, I'm Ollie. I'm a delegate for Continental CLP. I'm the 18-year-old secretary of the CLP, a constituency that until the 4th of July has never had a Labour MP. Like with the trains and water, privatisation has failed. This government must ensure that whoever is in charge of Royal Mail will put people first, that they must put people for their shareholders. They must ensure the staff are paid properly. The government must listen to the CWU and ensure the staff are paid appropriately. If they don't do this, then the Royal Mail will fail. Thank you, Conference.
Thanks, delegates. Looking again if there's anybody that wants to speak on infrastructure 2, so I could see a delegate with a red tie at the front. There is a delegate with a black shirt that's having a conversation with the... Yep. There's another burgundy tie. And I can't see any other hands, so if the delegate... I'm going to start asking members of the panel to go up to the rostrum and give their party tricks. If there's a hand up in the air with black shirt.
Steve Garrick, Ruislip, Norfolk and Pinner, CLP. I'm standing before you today to address a deeply concerning issue that's plagued our nation for far too long. The previous government, in its reckless pursuit of profit, has left behind a trail of damage that we must now work tirelessly to repair. Sell-off after sell-off, vital national institutions which were stripped of their value piece by piece in the name of privatisation. This wasn't just a matter of poor government, it was a betrayal of public trust. One such institution now under that threat was the Post Office, and it's almost ironic that the Conservative government were keen to protect the Telegraph from foreign investors, but not so keen when it came to the Post Office. Isn't that just showing you precisely how they act fast and loose as Conservatives? They had no qualms about setting off all of these critical parts of infrastructure, but suddenly became concerned when their own ideological flagships might have fallen into foreign hands. Where was the concern when our key assets of our nation, our public services, our industries, our resources were being sold off, dismantled and discarded by asset strippers? The damage done to this by the relentless pursuit of the economy by seeking only profit is damaging the very fabric of the UK. Communities have been left behind, workers have been abandoned, and have been forced to bear the burden of decisions made behind closed doors by corporate greed. We only need to look at the damage left by these asset strippers with companies such as Asda to know the toll it's taken on the UK. This cannot continue. We must stand united in defence of our institutions, our industries and our people. We must protect the Post Office. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Conference. My name is Nick Shaw. I'm from Stafford, CLP. I'm first-time delegate, first-time speaker. Thank you. Just wanted to take a moment, actually, to pay tribute to you all, everyone who's here. I'm very proud to be here. I've got Labour in my bones. My incredible, inspirational mum, Sue Shaw, is chair of Basildore District Council. Just like you and all the unsung heroes of the Labour Party, which work day in, day out for your communities and the people you serve, and here's to you all. Thank you. I'm here to speak in favour of the motion. It's essential that we bring about the universal service obligation, as we saw particularly during COVID. Royal Mail is an institution and a lifeline for people across the country, particularly in rural communities such as mine in Stafford. I know very well how prized it is for people like my nan, who actually lives in Nottinghamshire, to both write and receive mail, particularly from her great-grandchildren. And we must remember the invaluable Royal Mail workers and protect them to keep these flagship infrastructure assets going. Please support the motion.
Hello everybody. My name is Harry Taylor. I am a first-time delegate for High Peak and a first-time attender of this conference. I would like to start by thanking Louise for all the brilliant things she's done for transport, bringing the trains back under public ownership. I'm a student in Sheffield, where your constituency is, and I'm sure I don't need to tell you how important it is that we have those transport links. However, that's not what I'm here to talk to you about today. I would also like to urge you to support the motion put forward by the CWU. My mum worked for, and now works for again, the Royal Mail, and during the strikes over the past few years, I went along with her to a demonstration in Parliament Square. I saw firsthand how important this strong British institution is, not only to its workers, but to the people of this country. And that is why I strongly urge you to support this motion to help my mum and her friends, who we all consider family, to get on with the job they love. Thank you.
Andy Walker, City of Durham, CLP delegate. I want to support the Infrastructure 2 composite and to pay tribute to the CWU members and our fantastic postal workers for being a lifeline for many people, including my father. My father is 94 years old. He's profoundly deaf in one ear and completely deaf in the other ear. The only way that I can communicate with him, and many members of our family have been able to communicate with him over recent years, is through the medium of writing him letters. It's kept him in touch with what's going on, not just in our family, but also in politics and in the world. And we sometimes forget the vital role that postal workers play in providing that kind of a lifeline. And I just want to say thank you to all of the postal workers for facilitating that, but also to commend this resolution for people's support here today. And not just in relation to, basically saying thank you to the postal workers. I think it's really important that these services, because that is what they are, services, not businesses, and they should be run in the interests of ordinary people, not profit. Please support the motion.
Thanks, Delegate. I'll try and go around for another round to see if anybody else wants to speak. I can see a delegate in red here, yep. There is a accessibility steward right at the back with her hand up, yep. There is a delegate, the hand that I can see there, yep. Yourself, yep. And curly hair. Yeah. Thank you.
Hello, conference. I'm Barb Roberts. I am from Hackney South and Shoreditch. I'm here today representing the SHA. Not my first time as a delegate. I've spoken at Women's Conference, but this is my first time to National Conference. So, thank you. And finally, to be speaking under a Labour government. So why is someone from the SHA wanting to speak to you? Well, I am the daughter of a postie, and my younger sibling brother became a postie. My mother, we lived in a little village in Derbyshire, close to the Peak District, and I remember my mum coming in after a morning round when we got 6 inches of snow on the ground, and her fingers literally with frostbite from delivering post and parcels, crying. So that's one reason. And another reason, you may be familiar with these lines. Night mail. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the cheque and the postal order. Letters for the rich, letters for the poor. The shop at the corner, the girl next door. You may remember that famous lines from a poem by Ted Hughes, and it had a black and white video of keeping the Royal Mail night train. And I'm disgusted. Thank you. I'm disgusted that after 200 years, they want to scrap the night mail service connecting our large towns, small towns, and thus out into our village communities. Anyway, the health reason. Fast forward, 2020, the pandemic. Millions of us were isolated for about a whole year, myself included, because we were vulnerable people. We couldn't go outside our front doors. Our only way of communicating was either by the TV, watching news, or if we were lucky enough to own the devices, computers and laptops, and, tablets. And we relied on the letterbox. We relied on the postal service to keep us in touch with the outside world, waiting for hospital appointments, doctor's appointments. Will they ever come? Or letting you know that your hospital appointment has been cancelled because of the pandemic, and they will give you a phone call, so you're waiting. So please support the CWU motion. Thank you, comrades.
Jocelyn Scott, Cambridge CLP. Growth and infrastructure development are dependent upon the equal participation of women. The Chancellor Rachel Reeves has said she wishes to emulate Harriet Harman and Barbara Castle in the Equal Pay Act and in the Equalities Act by ending the pay gap. The 2024 gender pay gap, compounding the pensions pay gap, is 14.5%. The United Kingdom is 17, down from 13 amongst OECD countries. Unequal pay arises first in trades and professions where women participate with men, and second, in traditional female fields, nursing, teaching, childcare, elder care, welfare work, librarianship, public service, shop and post office counter work in particular. Consistent with this motion, the wage and pensions gap should be ended by establishing industrial panels to review women's wages in traditional fields through work skills value inquiries, assessing work skills to adjust wages in women's traditional work, in women's traditional fields, comparable to wages in men's traditional fields, recognising that women's work skills are equal to the work skills in male traditional fields. Consistent, delegates, with this motion supporting the equal rights of women and men as workers in the post office, in public service and in the economy generally, this motion deserves our full support. Women have an equal right to participate. Women have an equal right to equal pay in the post office, in the public service, in all women's traditional fields consistent with men's traditional fields. Delegates, support this motion. Thank you.
Good afternoon, conference. Brothers and sisters, I stand here before you in supermarket chic. I'm a retired rail worker and RMT member. And I remember British Rail, that old. I remember promises of new owners of train operating companies telling us they were the best thing since sliced bread. British Rail have been allowed to deteriorate, to be run down by the Tories, by Thatcher, in preparation for privatisation, with rolling stock falling to pieces and so old that a certain newspaper that we don't mention anymore was used to stop drafts in windows. What happened was a selling off of assets, land, rolling stock, anything that didn't move or did move, by the Tories. I would say by the Tories' friends who actually won the franchises is probably more correct. This left us with very little rolling stock, shortage of capacity, more crowded trains, and in some cases, when staff had decided to take early retirement and discuss shortage of staff. What we had was a lot of publicity from the new owners about how fantastic a modern train service would be. Well, it would be if we had one. But the owners are more concerned with flying balloons or operating school buses in the United States. So that was the asset stripping of the railway. I'm also a councillor in Gedling, which is the pothole capital of Nottinghamshire. I see the rundown of our postal services. I see people not getting letters that are urgently needed. I see them having letters delivered late or not at all, or having to go to the local sorting office to see if their missing mail is there. And this has been carrying on for several years, and we've seen it getting worse and worse. And I have every sympathy with postal workers. They work in the most tremendous conditions. Some people's pathways should be condemned. As a retired health and safety rep, I would say that. But the prospect of another asset stripper taking over the post office is distressing, and I call on this conference to support this motion. Thank you.
Hello comrades, I'm Ronnie Moore, I'm from Middlesbrough South, East Cleveland. I think we know how this goes. First time delegate, first time speaker at conference. I'd like to speak in support of the CWU motion. The area where we live is quite rural, a lot of it is quite rural. Lots of up and downs, lots of miles to walk, and I have to say, over the last 2 years since I left my role as mental health chief exec,
I'm now able to do more in the party because charity law enables me to do that. So we have walked miles and miles and miles, which is what our posties do every single day, and I applaud them because we have some pretty grotty weather sometimes as well. In Middlesbrough South and East Cleveland, we had a former MP, Simon Clarke, who I have to say we delighted when we kicked him out this year by a slender win of 214 votes to our new MP, Luke Meyer. In the year previous to that, we also managed to elect 4 local councillors, Labour councillors, 2 in Gisborough, councillors Lisa Robson and Bill Southers, and 2 in Skelton West, which was a Tory stronghold with 2 of Simon's most, well, adored people, that's all I'll say. So we elected councillors Ursula Earle and John McHugh, and I was in Skelton West on polling day that day, and I think I walked about 12 miles up and down in that day, and my feet felt it the next day. In this general election campaign, we have, unfortunately on Teesside, we have the only Tory mayor who survived this year. We have Ben Houchen, who spent a lot of time writing to many, many constituents, urging them to vote for Simon Clarke. We bumped into many of those posties many days, and their post sacks were much heavier than normal. I have to say they also delivered a lot of Labour literature for us as well. But I think our victory was certainly helped by our postal workers, so it's now our time to help them. So I urge you, comrades, to support this vote.
Thanks, all delegates that have spoken. I appreciate there's a lot of topics that we are waiting to debate, but I'm stuck with the agenda I've got, so I'm going round to ask if there are any other speakers that are willing to speak. I can see a delegate with glasses on their head, and the accessibility steward. And I can see a delegate with a hand, book in the air.
Rebecca Lewis, Wickham CLP. Wickham, where we've just elected our first Labour MP since 1951 in Emma Reynolds. I'm speaking in support of what Louise Haigh is doing in transport because I've seen the difference that publicly owned buses can make to the lives of young people. I'm a teacher, it's my 20th year of teaching. I'm very happy I'm not having to go on strike because we've got a government who respects my profession enough to give us a pay rise, so thanks for that. I used to teach in Reading, and Reading is one of the only towns where there are still publicly owned buses. And the children I taught in Reading, they benefited from a reliable, publicly owned bus service. In Wickham, where I am now, we've got different private companies that switch around every week, and it's really, really unreliable. I door knocked a young man who'd managed to get work experience at Pinewood Film Studios. He was so excited, but he had to turn it down because the public transport system couldn't get there. These years of Tory privatisation have blighted the lives of our young people, and thanks very much Louise Haigh and the new Labour government for giving these young people some hope.
Yeah, Jim Buchanan, Paul CLP. A constituency that has never had a Labour MP until July the 4th, where we won. With a colossal majority of 18. I want to say some thank yous. It would not have been possible without the trade union movement. I want to thank the CWU, Dave Ward, for throwing money in. I want to thank Sharon Graham at Unite for throwing money in. I want to thank my ASLEF colleagues and comrades for chucking money in, and my own union, the RMT, for helping make that happen. I want to thank Lou for being a fantastic Minister of Transport already, and I want to thank her for all of the efforts she's putting in to settle our dispute, which has been going on too long and it's been too painful. So I've got a lot of sympathy for posties now that I didn't have when I started. When you do leaflets around sandbanks, you know, and you go up the road and you put the leaflet in the door and you go up 100 yards up another drive like Hansel and Gretel and you put the leaflet in the door and it's the same bleeding door, you know. Anyway, let's talk to the motion. I'd urge you all to support it. The ASLEF comrade made a good point here about why aren't we reinvigorating mail on rail? I mean, everybody knows it's the right thing and a sensible thing to do. Stimulates the economy, it's green. So not just the night mail train, but all of the mail trains that we used to have around the country. I wish you well with this, but I see this motion in a slightly different way. I see this, and I hope that this is the first step. And the first step is by giving workers a stake in the company, a stake in the kingdom that they work within. But I wish you well, and I do sincerely hope that this is the first step into kicking the spivs out once and for all and bringing Royal Mail back where it belongs, into public ownership. Thank you.
Thanks, Delegate. So, last speaker in this round.
Michael Ward, Arundel and South Downs Constituency Labour Party. I want to congratulate the Labour government and thank Louise for, in the first few weeks of the Labour government, scrapping the extravagant, wasteful, anti-environmental Arundel bypass scheme. Our constituency has campaigned solidly against this bypass. It's a Tory scheme, it comes up under every Tory government. The costs have risen, the benefits are limited, it's environmentally destructive, and it destroys villages. We were delighted to find in the election manifesto a commitment to defer the bypass, and we went out and campaigned on that, especially one of our members who had been in the forefront of taking national highways to judicial review to stop the scheme. We were delighted to find it there in the manifesto. We were even more delighted, Louise, when you announced that you were scrapping it altogether and not just deferring it on the 29th of July. It's very important that with our commitment to infrastructure and growth, we should not fall victim to supporting every extravagant fantasy project of the civil engineering profession. We need to develop a green and sustainable transport policy. Alistair Darling, as Secretary of State, stopped the Arundel bypass in 2003. Now Louise has stopped it again in 2024. Let's hope we've heard the last of it, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Delegate, and thank you to all those that spoke in the debate. That concludes this session. So votes on this composite and the other composites that have been debated this afternoon will be at the end of this afternoon's session, plenary. Carwyn Jones will now replace me as chair. Thanks, conference.
Right, conference, good afternoon. And now we move on to what many will say is one of the highlights of the conference, of course, here in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. Without further ado then, it's my pleasure to introduce the Scotland debate. Would you please welcome the Secretary of State for Scotland, Ian Murray.
Slightly noisier than last year, but good afternoon, conference. It's a privilege to be here in Liverpool as just one of Scottish Labour's 37 members of Parliament. Let me just say that again. 37 Scottish Labour MPs. Conference, they are all fantastic. They'll be great members of Parliament, each of whom will do wonderful things in their communities and for Scotland. To say I'm happy as Larry would be an understatement, although as some of you may have read, Larry isn't always happy to see me. Conference, in his final campaign visit to Scotland, the Prime Minister, isn't it great to say that as well, reiterated what he first said back in 2020, that the route to a Labour government runs through Scotland. By voting Labour, Scottish voters put Scotland at the heart of this Labour government and kicked out the Tories. It is the privilege of my life to serve in Keir Starmer's cabinet, working alongside the brilliant Kirsty McNeill as Scotland Office Minister and Melanie Ward as our PPS in the Scotland Office. We've got Martin McCluskey in the Whip's Office, Douglas Alexander serving as Trade Minister, and of course Energy Minister Michael Shines. Michael's seismic by-election victory in Rutherglen a year ago kick-started our most successful general election campaign in a generation. But conference, none of this was inevitable. There is nothing in the political rulebook which says a failing government must give way to the opposition. We won in Scotland because we planned and executed a winning strategy, which promised what the Scottish people demanded: change. It began with Keir Starmer changing our party to put it back in the service of working people, and it was powered by the energy, enthusiasm, leadership, and maybe even a little bit of dancing of Anna Sarwar. Our campaign was implemented meticulously by a world-class team of Scottish Labour staff and activists, led by our fantastic Scottish General Secretary, John Paul McHugh. John Paul, thank you to you and all the team. And as co-chair of the Scottish campaign, along with the legendary Dame of Dumbarton, Jackie Baillie, I was so proud to see that hard work pay off. Jackie, thank you for everything that you did. I've still not paid you that tenner. Conference, we should be proud of our success. It took us 14 years to get rid of one of Scotland's two failing governments, but the real hard work started the day after the election to get rid of the other one. There are only 592 days till Scots return to the polls, or 591 sleeps, as my daughter Zola would say. And as wonderful as July's results was, we can take nothing for granted. Those who voted Labour in Scotland on the 4th of July voted for change because they had been let down badly by their two governments. They did not come home to Labour. They chose us in the hope and expectation that we will deliver for them. And that is what we must and are determined to do. We know it will not be easy, but there's a real sense of this purpose, this Labour purpose, to the tough choices that will fix the foundations. And by fixing those foundations, we can build that brighter future for every part of our country. And as the Prime Minister, the Chancellor just before lunch, and Anas have said repeatedly, there will be no return to austerity. And I want to say that again. There will be no return to austerity. My team and I in the Scotland Office will play our part, supported by the most dedicated and professional team of civil servants. We have reset the relationship with the Scottish Government. There are many, many, many things on which Labour and the SNP will never agree, but grown-up politics means two governments working together. It's what Scots expect and what we will deliver. But conference, I will also not shy away from calling out the tragic failure of the SNP. 860,000 of our fellow Scots stuck on NHS waiting lists, 10,000 of our children with no home to call their own, the worst attainment gap between the richest and poorest pupils on record, and tax decisions this year that cost more than they raised, with working people paying more but getting less, while the Scottish National Party make £500 million of cuts to services, all to pay for their own financial incompetence. The Scottish people deserve better, and my department in the Scotland Office has a crucial role in changing things right now. The Scotland Office has 4 priorities to help deliver our government's national missions: economic growth, green energy, Brand Scotland, and of course tackling poverty. I want to see the Scotland Office working directly with the Scottish Government and local governments in Scotland to drive growth in every single community. Powering that growth will be GB Energy to create jobs, drive down bills, and ensure an existing world-class energy workforce can lead and benefit from these new industries of the future. GB Energy will be owned by the public, and Conference, I can exclusively announce today that GB Energy will be headquartered in Scotland. We will also drive growth by promoting Brand Scotland, from shipbuilding, science and salmon to Scotch culture and services. We're the best in the world, and by selling Scotland to the world, we can unlock jobs and all of that investment potential. Gordon Brown once spoke of prudence with a purpose, and all that work to grow our economy, to go green and promote our brand has a strong purpose too: to tackle the scourge of poverty, to raise wages, protect and invest in our public services, and to ensure everyone in life has the security of work and that opportunity to succeed. Conference, lifting people out of poverty is what Labour governments do. It's in our DNA. We've done it before, and we will do it again. Delivering all of this will be challenging. Of course it will take time. The financial inheritance we knew about would be tough, the worst since the Second World War. It's been compounded by the £22 black hole we didn't know about. Another act of astonishing economic vandalism from the Tories that they've just walked away from with no responsibility. But the economic inheritance we face isn't just fiscal. It's also structural. It's also industrial. The foundations of Scotland's industrial economy are incredibly fragile. We've seen that in the last month alone. That is the consequence of more than a decade without an industrial strategy for Scotland. Scotland has a very proud industrial past, and it will have a bright industrial future which guarantees jobs and wealth for families for generations and generations to come. Our plan is a good one, rooted in Labour values and with a clear purpose. It's a plan which will begin to deliver the change that Scotland needs, remember that phrase, and set the conditions for success in 592 days' time, when the people of Scotland will have the chance to vote for change, to elect a Labour government in Scotland which works hand in glove with Keir Starmer's government, and make my friend Anas Sarwar our next First Minister. Conference, change in Scotland began on the 4th of July. The opportunity to deliver lasting change for our country is in all our hands. Let's take that result from the 4th of July and deliver it together. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you for that speech, Ian. Now, can we please welcome to the lectern the leader of Scottish Labour, Anas Sarwar.
Thank you, Conference. Thank you, Conference. Thank you. Conference, thank you for that wonderful introduction, and what a year it has been. In the 12 months since we last met, we no longer have a Tory government. We now have the fewest Tory MPs in modern political history.
We have seen the SNP beaten in Scotland, and we now have a UK Labour government that has started the journey for change. And we have, crucially, for the first time in 14 years, a Labour Prime Minister. A Prime Minister that understands Scotland, cares about Scotland, and is determined to deliver for Scotland. And for the first time ever, we have a female Chancellor in Rachel Reeves, who made a fantastic speech earlier today and made clear there will be no return to austerity with a Labour government. And in Scotland, we delivered a political earthquake. With a record swing to Scottish Labour, our share of the vote went up 16%, meaning we now have not one Scottish Labour MP, we now have 37 Scottish Labour MPs, putting Scotland at the heart of a Labour government. 37 brilliant Scottish Labour MPs. Let's see them. Come on, stand up, stand up. Stand up and take a bow. Fantastic champions for Scotland. And friends, we have Ian Murray, who for so long was the sole Scottish Labour voice at Westminster, but is now the voice for Scotland around the Cabinet table. Thank you, Ian Murray. Scotland led the way in delivering a Labour government and delivering a Labour Prime Minister. And Scotland led the way in delivering the change the UK needs. Because, friends, the importance of the election victory cannot be overstated. Just think about how the last couple of months would have panned out differently had the Tories stayed in power. When those far-right thugs took to the streets of the UK, Keir Starmer and his government faced them down and made it clear that the politics of hate has no place in our country. When a £22 billion Tory black hole was discovered, Rachel Reeves acted quickly to protect the public finances and to protect working people's pockets. And just think what would have happened if the Tories were still in power. Thank goodness we now have a serious Labour government with competence, compassion and decency at its heart. After 14 years of Tory chaos, we have a Labour government standing up for our values, Labour's values. So no more will the politics of division and prejudice rule in our country. The time has come for the politics of decency, of compassion and, above all, hope. That is the change that we have begun together, and that is the brighter, better United Kingdom that we are building together too. And in Scotland, we led the way in making this change happen. Scotland is part of Labour's history, but we are also part of Labour's present and, most importantly, Labour's future. As Keir has said during the election, there is no change without Scotland, and there is no Labour without Scotland. But the truth is that the story of Labour's revival is only half written. You see, Conference, for lots of you, there was only one incompetent government you had to get rid of. But in Scotland, we were stuck with two. So at the general election, we got rid of one incompetent government, and in 2026, we finish the job and we get rid of the other one. That's the next stage of change for Scotland. Because as we speak, nearly 1 in 6 Scots are stuck on an NHS waiting list. Thousands have been driven into private health care. Drugs and alcohol deaths remain stubbornly high. Rough sleeping persists, and homelessness is at record levels. The education attainment gap remains, and the economic flatlining has damaged our businesses. But how does the SNP government react? It hikes taxes on working people and doubles down on the politics of blame and division. Working Scots left to pay the price of nearly 2 decades of SNP failure. Working Scots left to struggle to get medical care because of 2 decades of SNP failure. And working Scots having to watch public services crumble before their eyes because of 2 decades of SNP failure. Because when Scotland most needs change, when it needs fresh leadership and it needs new ideas, all the SNP offer is internal division and outward incompetence. The same tired people in power peddling the same old excuses. But frankly, the time is up for the SNP, because they are a party that has lost their vision and lost their way, and above all, they have lost their ambition for Scotland. Because, Conference, Scotland is a country of enormous potential and that is brimming with talent. But we are still being held back by an SNP government that is failing Scots on a daily basis and has nothing but decline and division to offer to the people. But for me, and for Scottish Labour, Scotland is the best country in the world. Our potential is limitless, just like the ambition and vision of our people. We have the expertise, we have the skills, we have the natural resources, we have the workforce, and we have the entrepreneurs that we need to deliver a decade of renewal. But this requires a government at Holyrood that is ready and willing to work with others to make this happen. That's why the new UK Labour government is already acting now to deliver the change Scotland needs. A UK Labour government with Scotland at its heart has got straight to work. Delivering the energy transition with GB Energy, a publicly owned energy generation company headquartered in Scotland. And from looking at Michael Shank's face, he can't wait to get on with the job of delivering GB Energy and transforming people's lives, creating thousands of jobs and making sure Scotland leads the way and leads the world in clean energy. And we started action to transform the world of work with Angela Rayner's game-changing New Deal for working people. And we have made the Scotland office Scotland's window to the world. Not selling Scotland to the Scots, but selling brand Scotland to the world, delivering investment for our country, boosting exports and creating more jobs. Because Scotland is tired of being held back. It's time to turn the page on division and decline, and this conference is the change Scotland needs. So at the general election, as I say, we did half the job. But in 2026, it's our chance to finish the job by electing a Scottish Labour government that works for everyone in Scotland. And as we look towards the 2026 Scottish Parliament election, I want to be clear. Others might want to talk Scotland down, but I and all of Scottish Labour are relentlessly positive for the future of our country. Because Scotland's best days lie ahead of us. Things can and they will get better. We will make Scotland the best country in the world to live, to learn, to work and to do business in. We will unlock the potential of our workers and our natural resources by making Scotland a world leader in green technology. We will save our NHS by transferring power away from the managers and the bureaucrats towards the doctors and the nurses. And we will get our economy back on track by supporting businesses and workers to thrive. That is what is on offer, a fairer and healthier future with Scottish Labour. And I believe that different future is possible. A future that I am determined to see delivered for the people of Scotland. A brighter and more prosperous Scotland. A Scotland where everyone is helped to thrive. That is what we offer. That is the change we need. And that is the change we will deliver. Scottish Labour, the party of change and hope. Conference, that's the future we will deliver together. Thank you.
Thanks for that, and that's very inspiring. Let's come to Wales now. Yeah, that was intended to get that reaction. Thanks for that. Let's hear from our Welsh colleagues. Rwch groeso nawr I ysgrifennydd Gwladol Cymru. Please give a warm welcome now to the Secretary of State for Wales, Joe Stevens.
Thank you, Conference. It is a huge privilege to address you for the first time as the Secretary of State for Wales. And as the first woman to be Labour Secretary of State for Wales, I'm so proud to be working alongside my friends and colleagues Eluned Morgan and Dame Nia Griffith in a new era for Welsh Labour and for women's representation at the top of Welsh politics. We earned a resounding mandate at the general election. 27 of the 32 members of Parliament in Wales are now Labour MPs. But there's not a single Tory MP left in Wales. And that result is in large part because of the dedication of members, volunteers, trade union friends and party staff in this room and across the country. So I want to say thank you for pounding those pavements, for every door you knocked, for every conversation that you had. You have helped deliver on the once-in-a-generation opportunity to have two Labour governments at both ends of the M4 working together to deliver on the priorities of people across Wales with our mission-driven government. Thank you. But with that special opportunity comes a huge responsibility to deliver and to do so quickly. And that's what I want to talk about today. Because Conference, as we know, the inheritance that the Conservatives left us is worse than we ever could have imagined. That £22 billion black hole in the public finances just in this financial year. Those pie-in-the-sky commitments that the Tories made to people across Wales, but with no money to pay for them. A toxic legacy of distrust between both governments, and a Wales office that had been deliberately led to bypass the Welsh Government. But even in those difficult circumstances, we've already found ways to demonstrate the difference that two Labour governments can make. We've fundamentally reset the relationship between the UK Government and the Welsh Government. And Eluned and I are forging a new partnership based on respect, cooperation and delivery. We're securing a sustainable future for steel in Wales, the lifeblood of so many of our communities. In just 10 weeks, this Labour government negotiated a better deal with Tata that secures the immediate future of Port Talbot, lays the foundations for future investment and enhances protections for the workforce in Port Talbot in Llanwern, in Trostre and in Shotton. But I'm all too aware it remains a difficult time for affected workers, their families and our steel communities. Under the Conservative government, not a single penny of the money promised to support our steel communities went out of the door. But just a month after taking office, I was proud to announce the first release of £13.5 million in support, because we're putting a safety net in place, because this Labour government will always back workers and businesses, whatever happens. Working with Transport Secretary Ken Skates, we've announced boosting the number of trains running on the North Wales Main Line by 50%. That will be a key improvement passengers will see on the platforms, not some half-baked promise that never leaves the station. And we've established the publicly owned Great British Energy. That will supercharge the strides that Welsh Government has already made. Our investment will unleash the potential we have for clean power in Wales, from new nuclear in Ynys Môn to floating offshore wind in the Celtic Sea, and the development of our ports at Milford Haven, Port Talbot and across South Wales. We will seize the golden opportunity of this new industrial revolution for Wales, drive down energy bills for good and place Wales at the forefront of those industries and jobs of the future. But we know there's more to do to deliver positive change in people's lives that we promised. And that's why today I'm proud to announce a new partnership between our two Labour governments to drive down NHS waiting lists on both sides of the border. UK Government will take inspiration from Wales on dentistry, where reforms have already unlocked almost 400,000 appointments in the last 2 years, and we're a nation of only 3 million people. And the Welsh Government will benefit from best practice shared by NHS England, as my colleague Wes Streeting oversees the rollout of new, more productive ways of working across England to deliver those 40,000 extra appointments every week. This is the beginning of a new way of working together that will help improve outcomes in both nations and deliver on our missions. And it's only been possible because a changed Wales office under Labour has a strong voice across government. I will always be our fiercest advocate in Westminster, leading a recharged Wales office and a brilliant team of Welsh Labour MPs. From Penarth to Pembrokeshire to Prestatyn, reaching into every part of Wales and back across Welsh and UK governments to make sure Wales gets what it needs. And Conference, we will deliver on our missions to create wealth from every community for every community. Because Conference, this job is personal for me. I was born in Wales, I grew up in Wales, and now, as a privileged member of this new UK Labour government, I'm ready to deliver for Wales. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe. Nawr te, mae'n bleser mawr I gyflwyno arweinydd Llafur Cymru a Phrif Weinidog Cymru. It's a great pleasure now to introduce the Leader of Welsh Labour and the First Minister of Wales, Eluned Morgan.
Conference, I am proud to stand before you today, not just as the Welsh Labour leader, but as a catalyst for change. I am the first Labour woman in the history of our party to lead a country, and isn't that about time? Now, I've taken office at a moment of real opportunity. for 14 long years, we in Wales have faced friction and frustration battling against the tide of Tory rule in Westminster. But now the winds of change are blowing, and they're blowing in Labour's favour. Can you feel it? The energy, the optimism, the sheer potential of what we can achieve together. We now have 2 Labour governments united in one mission to deliver real, transformative change for the people of Wales and for the people of the United Kingdom. Now, I've been in this role for just 48 days, and I've experienced a seismic shift in the relationship between our 2 governments. Already, we've begun to deliver inflation-busting pay rises for our public sector workers, a commitment to cleaner, greener jobs and renewable energy, better support packages for Tata steel workers. But this is just the beginning. Now, my roots are firmly planted in the proud Welsh radical tradition of Nye Bevan, of Neil Kinnock, and of Rhodri Morgan. Growing up in a vicarage in Healey, I grew up in a vicarage in Healey, Cardiff, formerly Europe's largest council housing estate. And I witnessed firsthand the corrosive impact of inequality and injustice. I remember Rob. He was a really bright young boy who, at just 10 years old, found himself wandering the streets after being kicked out of his home. And my father discovered him at the back of our church. Rob had the potential to shine as brightly as any of my brothers, but someone had convinced him not to bother turning up for his GCSEs because exams aren't for the likes of us. Well, I'm in politics for the Robs of this world, to ensure that that talent isn't wasted, and to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to fulfil their potential. Dwi wedi dod yn brif weinidog Cymru ar foment arbennig. Nawr mae gyda ni gyfle gyda 2 lywodraeth lafur yn cydweithio i adeiladu partneriaeth mewn pŵer a fydd yn trawsnewid ein cymdeithas. Fe newn ni hynny trwy weithio ar y cyd yn cynnwys ar draws ein gwasanaeth iechyd. Oh, I don't get a clap for that bit, do I? That was the best bit of the speech. Now, over the summer, I travelled across Wales and I engaged on high streets, in agricultural shows and on factory floors. And I listened really carefully to what people had to say. And what I heard has helped shape the priorities that we're going to focus on until the next Senedd elections. But as we set out that vision for the future, it's worth reminding people what we've already achieved despite 14 years of Tory austerity. And we've made remarkable progress. In Wales, if you're over 60 and you need to catch a bus, it's free. If you're parking in a hospital, it's free. If you need medicine, it's free. And since I've become First Minister, I'm proud to say that if you're a primary school child in Wales, your lunch is free. We also give care leavers a universal basic income. We have the second best recycling rates on the planet. We've introduced a youth guarantee scheme and we've brought in laws to eliminate profit from children's care homes. Now we know we face big challenges. The NHS in Wales, like the rest of the UK, is under pressure and needs reform. But in many aspects, we're further ahead with those reforms. These challenges demand action, and we're tackling them head on. We've got a new GP contract to eliminate the 8 a.m. bottleneck. We have teeth cleaning programmes in our schools and our care homes. We have ambitious community prescribing schemes. We have dedicated mental health support in schools and via phone lines. But you know what? We're not claiming a monopoly on good ideas. We're ready to learn from our neighbours, and we're happy to share where we've already delivered. And what comes next? Well, as the new Labour, I promise you this: I will focus relentlessly on delivering the people's priorities before setting out our vision for that next election. We stand ready to work with the UK government to develop the recommendations of Gordon Brown's excellent report on constitutional reform. Now, soon we will be approaching the 2026 Welsh Senedd elections, and at that point, the nation will stand at a crossroads. Labour's been the largest party in Wales for more than 100 years. And I want you to know that record is not going to slip on my watch. A lot done, a lot to do, and a hell of a lot to lose if we're not to return to power. We can't achieve everything overnight, but I'm delighted to be working with the first woman Secretary of State for Wales, Jo Stevens, and the Deputy Leader of Welsh Labour, Carolyn Harris, as we gear up for that challenge. 3 feisty women determined to succeed for the people that we represent. With Welsh Labour governments in Cardiff and Westminster, we have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to build a fairer, greener and more prosperous future for everyone. Let's seize this moment. Let's work tirelessly to deliver the change that people deserve. Let's give hope, not just to Wales, but to Britain, to all who believe in the power of progressive politics to transform lives. Diolch, Conference.
Diolch yn fawr iawn am hwnna, Eluned. Now, let's move on to the final report we have, last but definitely not least. And the final report comes from our Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, Hilary Benn.
Good afternoon, Conference. It is an honour to address you today as the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland in our new Labour government, and a privilege to be working with such a great team: Fleur Anderson, Ruth Anderson and our PPS, Matt Rodder. You know, the last Labour holder of this office to make the journey from opposition into government was the late, great Momo. Just consider what she and that government faced in May 1997. Northern Ireland was still bitterly divided. Numerous rounds of multi-party talks had shown promise, but none had yet succeeded. At times, the obstacles seemed insurmountable, and the threat of violence ever present. And yet 11 months later, in April 1998, in the words of Seamus Heaney, hope and history rhymed as the Good Friday Agreement was signed. Something few people who had lived through the Troubles thought they would ever see. Peace. Today we stand on the shoulders of those giants whose courageous political leadership made it happen, and be in no doubt, this government will always uphold the Good Friday Agreement in letter and in spirit. Northern Ireland has been transformed, but as always, new times bring new challenges. And I pay tribute to the First Minister, Michelle O'Neill, and the Deputy First Minister, Emma Little-Pengelly, and to the whole executive in Stormont for the positive start they have made since devolution was restored in February. Stability is the foundation of everything. And with it, and with their programme for government, the executive can now make the most of the opportunities and address the challenges. The longest NHS waiting lists in the whole of the United Kingdom, the pressures in education, the lack of affordable childcare, and the demands on the police service of Northern Ireland, whose officers do so much to keep people safe, not least during the terrible disorder of last month. There are no easy answers. The executive, like all governments, must live within its means. So we will support the executive as it seeks to transform Northern Ireland's public service. We get that the executive needs to be able to plan for the future. So we will take forward discussions on a long-term fiscal framework. We understand the importance of investment in growth, including through city deals like the one in Belfast, which is roaring ahead, and the one in Derry, London, Derry and Strabane that we signed only last week, which will bring huge investment to the northwest of Northern Ireland. And we will work with the executive to see all parts of Northern Ireland flourish. Now let's be clear, the departure of the UK from the European Union and the reckless approach of successive Tory governments has created a problem in Northern Ireland. So this government will take all necessary steps to safeguard Northern Ireland's place in the UK internal market, maintain the open border on the island of Ireland, and uphold our international agreements. We will implement the Windsor Framework pragmatically and in good faith. We want to negotiate an SPS and veterinary agreement with the EU, not least because it would help smooth the flow of goods across the Irish Sea. Conference, there is another Tory wrong that falls to us to put right. I have met many families who have lost loved ones in the Troubles. I have found it very difficult to listen to their stories. Imagine what it is like for them as they recount yet again the sheer brutality of what happened. And some tell of the passing of the years without finding answers. The Tories' Legacy Act has rightly been rejected by victims and survivors, all of the Northern Ireland political parties and the Irish government. And that is why Labour will repeal and replace it. And we will, of course, make sure that ICRA, the independent commission whose job it is to find those answers for families, is compliant with Article 2 of the European Convention on Human Rights. We will consult widely in doing so, recognising that this will involve some really difficult discussions and conversations, because many people will hold different views about the right way forward. But you know what? History teaches us that it is only by coming to terms with the past that we can move forward to the future. And what a future, what an opportunity now beckons for Northern Ireland, not least because of its integral place in the UK market and its access to the EU single market. It is home to bedrock and cutting-edge industries, from shipbuilding to agriculture, composite aircraft wings to electric and hydrogen buses, a growing television and film industry, world-leading companies in cybersecurity and artificial intelligence, thriving services, great universities, and a dynamic voluntary sector. As I travel around, I am so impressed and I am so inspired by the creativity, skill and enterprise I see in people right across Northern Ireland. And I want others to see that too, so that they come and invest in the jobs and prosperity of the future. Conference, the agreement reached in April 1998 did not solve everything. It was, by its very nature, a compromise. And as Mo Molam said during the negotiations, everybody is going to get something. No one is going to get 100% of what they want. And in accepting that, everyone involved and all of us across these islands got something that was far, far more valuable: an end to violence and the dawn of a new era. And so, in that spirit and with hope, let this generation show the same determination as those political giants in whose footsteps we now follow, as together we seek to forge a better future for Northern Ireland. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hilary. Well, that concludes the nation's reports. And now Shabana Mahmood will be joining us as conference chair. Thank you, conference.
Thank you very much, everybody. Hello, conference. It's very nice to be back on the platform and in the hot seat for our next session. Our second mission plenary of the day is on making Britain a clean energy superpower. And to start the debate, it is my pleasure to call my friend and colleague, the Secretary of State for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, Steve Reid.
Thank you very much, Shabana, and good afternoon, conference. Can I start by thanking my fantastic ministerial team who were arrayed before us at the front of the hall. Emma, Sue, Daniel, and Mary, who's not with us. She's on her way to address the UN General Assembly about our ambitions for nature. Conference. So many of our earliest and happiest memories are about exploring the great outdoors. As a kid, I loved splashing about in the waves on a beach, watching the fish and crabs darting around a rock pool, climbing the trees in the woods at the end of our road, but parents today worry their kids may not have the same chances. Our rivers and seas are polluted. We see fewer birds and butterflies in the garden. Nature is in trouble. Ask people what makes them most proud to be British, and our beautiful countryside is right up there. This green and pleasant land, celebrated in poetry and song, is our shared inheritance and our shared identity. But after 14 years under the Tories, half our bird species and a quarter of our mammal species are at risk of extinction. Our once pristine waterways are overflowing with raw, toxic sewage. There are many times in our history when Labour's had to clean up the Tories' mess, but never quite as literally as this. The Tories boasted about their bonfire of the regulations as they shredded the rules that protect us. This led to abuses in so many sectors, including water regulation. The Conservatives just stood back and watched as raw sewage polluted our rivers and customers' money was funneled into multi-million-pound bonuses and dividend payments while our sewage system crumbled. I'm calling time on all of that today. This government of service will fix the foundations and clean up our waterways. Money ring-fenced for investment will be spent on fixing broken water infrastructure and refunded to customers if it's not. We will ban the multi-million-pound bonuses water bosses paid themselves for overseeing repeated illegal sewage dumping. Bosses who cover up what's going on will face personal criminal charges, including jail time. And we'll power up the regulator with more staff and give them the teeth they need to prosecute the polluters, and it will be paid for by the polluters themselves. The work to fix our broken sewage system starts immediately, with tens of billions of pounds of private sector investment that will create good, well-paid jobs in every single part of our country. That is the biggest ever investment in our water sector and the second biggest in any part of the economy during the entire lifetime of this government. We'll back our farmers in the fantastic work they do to feed our nation, and we'll work with them to restore nature and stop animal waste, fertiliser and pesticide pollution running into our waterways. We'll protect bees, butterflies and the pollinators that sustain healthy ecosystems. We'll plant more trees along our riverbanks to help the land hold more water and stop flooding. And we'll plant 3 new national forests as we restore the woodlands that are the lungs of our planet, inhaling carbon and breathing out clean air. As life returns to our waterways, we'll celebrate with 9 new national river walks and open up more of our countryside for every family to enjoy. We'll end the throwaway society by creating new jobs, reusing and recycling materials as we work towards a circular economy that protects nature and our precious climate. Conference, this is where change begins. We'll clean up our rivers, back our farmers, restore habitats for wildlife and end the throwaway society. There is no foundation we have to fix that's more important than nature, because everything else depends on it. The next generation must have the same chance we had to look up at the night sky and wonder. Our legacy will be to give our children back the natural world that is their birthright. Thank you. Thank you.
much, Steve. Conference, to introduce Ed Miliband, please welcome Charlie Wheel.
Good afternoon, Conference. My name is Charlie Wheel, and I'm a cafe owner from Deal in Kent on the Kent coast. Not only is this my first conference, and not only am I a first-time speaker, but this summer I voted Labour for the first time in my life. I voted Labour because I felt let down by the previous government and their failure to protect business owners like myself. I voted Labour because of the experiences I've faced in the past few years trying to make ends meet to keep my business afloat and pay the bills. People like me have suffered for 14 years under the Tories. My partner Michelle and I, we bought the business, the cafe, in the shadow of coronavirus in June 2020. Nobody could have predicted the impact that would have had on our country and on our economy. But the past 14 years of Conservative government has decimated our economy and has made owning a small business like ours almost impossible. One of the biggest costs we face is our energy cost. Prior to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, we had already committed to a fixed term which offered us some protection at least. However, that ran out, and my new contract now represents a 40% increase in our energy cost. And that was the best we could find. As Putin manipulated oil and gas markets, the impact has certainly been felt in our small corner of the UK. It was because the Tories left us so reliant on these international markets for our power supply, we have been unable as a nation to keep control of our energy prices. Their failure has left us as a nation exposed to bills that fluctuate every 6 months, making it impossible for businesses to plan ahead, and companies like ours are paying the price. Part of the reason I voted Labour in the election was their mission to invest in clean, domestically produced energy that we can rely on. Their plan for energy independence will be crucial for businesses like ours, providing us with investment certainty to investing in growth and the confidence to grow our business. It's excellent that Ed Miliband and his team have been working at speed to pursue this mission, like setting up Great British Energy to take back control of our energy system, energy security, lower bills, good jobs and climate action. These are the reasons why I'm so proud to support this party. And it is now my honour and privilege to introduce the Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero, Ed Miliband.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, friends, and it is great to be here in Liverpool. And I want to start by thanking my brilliant ministerial team who are with us: Miata Farnbula, Phil Hunt, Sarah Jones, Michael Shanks, Kerry McCarthy, and let's hear it for Charlie and his brilliant speech. And I want to thank each and every one of you for the work you did at the election to sweep away the Tories that failed the British people over 14 long, wasted years. The governments of Cameron, May, Johnson, Truss, Sunak, consigned to the dustbin of history thanks to your hard work. And let's thank our leader. Let's thank our leader, Keir Starmer, who led us out of the wilderness to election victory. But friends, we fought that election, not for ourselves, but with one simple idea: things can and must be better for the British people. We must build a country that puts working people first once again. And just look at what your Labour government has been able to do in energy policy alone in a few short weeks. The onshore wind ban, in place for 9 years under the Tories, swept away in 72 hours under Labour. Cheap, clean solar power, blocked for years under the Tories, unlocked in the first week of a Labour government for hundreds of thousands of homes. Offshore wind, trashed under the Tories, roaring back under Labour with the most successful renewable auction in history. That's the difference the Labour government makes. And I'll tell you something else that has changed. Now, this may surprise you, but you know, the last Tory government, they believed in public ownership of our energy infrastructure, but only if it was by foreign governments. We believe the British people have the right to own and benefit from our natural resources. And friends, we're making it happen. Great British Energy, demanded by this conference, at the heart of our manifesto, overwhelmingly backed by the public, now being delivered by your Labour government. That's the difference the Labour government makes. And friends, my message today is this. We've only just started. You know, of course the country faces hard times. There is no doubt the Tories have left Britain in a complete mess. But hear me when I say this. Because we are Labour, tough times mean we don't lower our sights, we raise them. Why? Because for every family in poverty, every young person denied opportunity, every community locked out of prosperity, the challenges they face after 14 years of the Tories demand more ambition from us, not less. So our inheritance is a call to greater action and a decade of national renewal. And at the election, there was an argument about our country's future. The Tories and their friends on the right said we should turn away from climate action and clean energy. We said no, and we won the argument. And I'll tell you why. Because the British people know our mission to make Britain a clean energy superpower is the way to put energy policy back in the service of working people. Social justice, economic justice, climate justice. That's the mission of this Labour government. Now, as Charlie said, the Tory energy failure has left us exposed as a country, with the British people paying the price, at the mercy of global fossil fuel markets. That is why energy prices will rise once again on October the 1st. And there is only one way for us to fix the Tory mess. Our mission for clean power by 2030. Onshore wind, solar power, offshore wind, nuclear, tidal, hydrogen, carbon capture, an armoury of clean power. Friends, I tell you this, while the Tories left us weak and vulnerable, this Labour government will break the power of the petrostates and dictators over our energy policy. In words that will sound familiar, we can, we must, we will take back control of our energy policy. And we will bring this opportunity to your area with our local power plan for local neighbourhoods. Solar panels on your local school, your local housing estate, your community centre, turbines, batteries, thousands of projects across Britain, tackling fuel poverty, led by Labour local authorities. That's the difference a Labour government makes. And we've only just started. We all know that the poorest people in our country often live in cold, drafty homes. Many rent from private landlords below decent standards. Friends, I say it's a Tory legacy. It's a Tory scandal. It's a Tory outrage. This Labour government will not tolerate it. So I can tell you today, we will end this injustice. Decent standards for private rented homes, warmer homes, lower bills. That's the difference the Labour government makes. And because being Labour means in tough times we raise our sights, we don't lower them, I can today announce that we will go further. With Angela Rayner, we will ensure that families living in council homes, families living in all types of social housing have these standards too. Over 1 million families lifted out of fuel poverty. That is the difference the Labour government makes. And our mission, our energy policy, is about delivering economic justice too. You know, clean energy is the biggest economic opportunity of our time. But for years, our country has been failed by the Tory fly-by-night, short-term, free market nonsense that failed Britain's workers. But friends, no more. Under this Labour government, as Rachel Reeves so brilliantly said this morning, industrial policy is back. We care about what we make, where things are made, and who makes them. And I promise you this, I will use every lever we have to win jobs and build new industries for Britain. Great British Energy, the National Wealth Fund, the British Jobs Bonus. And let's spell out what this future means. Jobs building carbon capture and storage. Jobs manufacturing electrolyzers for hydrogen. Jobs constructing the next generation of nuclear power stations. Jobs manufacturing for floating wind. Using the skills of our North Sea workers in oil and gas and to decarbonise our country. A plan to re-industrialise Britain. That's the difference a Labour government makes. And I'll tell you another difference. I'll tell you another difference. And I said this to the energy companies on day one. There can no longer be the belief, as there was under the Tories, that these new industries could be a union-free zone. Let the message go out from this conference. Decent pay, good conditions, workers and unions must be at the heart of these new industries we build. That is the difference a Labour government makes. And just as we will do right by today's generations in our energy policy, so we will do right by past generations that powered our country. Across Britain, hundreds of thousands went down the mines. Too often, they paid the price in ill health and even with their lives. I know it from my own constituency. We owe them the greatest debt, but we know there is unfinished business. The scandal of the mine workers' pension scheme. And so this Labour government will honour the promise in our manifesto to finally deliver justice to mine workers and their families. That is the difference a Labour government makes. Social justice, economic justice, and climate justice too. The greatest moral obligation we have is to do right by our children, our grandchildren, and the generations to come. You know, the Tories used to say that because Britain was just 1% of global emissions, that was somehow an excuse for inaction. And under them, Britain shrank and deserted the global stage. We say never again. We can only keep future generations safe if we show global climate leadership, using the power of our example at home to demand that others act too. That's why later this week, Keir and I will be representing you on behalf of the British government at the United Nations with one clear message. Britain is back in the business of climate leadership, getting serious about shifting away from fossil fuels. Every major company with proper climate plans, the first major country in the world to set the goal of clean power by 2030. That is what we mean by climate leadership. That's the difference a Labour government can make and will make. social justice, economic justice, climate justice. And my friends, as we face the big challenges of today, tough times, let's take inspiration from the Labour governments of the past, on whose shoulders we stand today. Think for a minute about what they achieved in their time, despite all the difficulties they faced. In 1945, our party, Labour, created the NHS, despite inheriting a country ravaged by war. In 1964, our party, Labour, built the future, despite a legacy of 13 Tory wasted years. In 1997, our party, Labour, created the minimum wage, rebuilt the NHS, and established parliaments for Scotland and Wales after 18 years of decline and division. There is a lesson here. Those who went before us did not lower their sights in response to hard times, they raised them. Now this is our chance, in our time, to write a new chapter in the history of our great country. That is our obligation to the British people. Every day in government, a chance to change Britain for the better. And I want to end on a more personal note. I lost the general election in 2015. In tough times, you sustained me. You kept me going. And now you have given me the chance to serve. I will not let you down. Friends, Labour is back. Britain is back. And we have indeed only just started. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ed. We now move to the composite motion on the Clean Energy Mission, moved by Sefton Central CLP and then seconded by Rutherglen CLP. If the delegates could make their way to the stage, please.
Louise Collins, Sefton Central CLP. I'm here to talk about clean energy. My dad was an engineer. Started out in Teesside in the petrochemical industry, and then he moved on to oil and gas before going on to nuclear. In the mid-80s, he went up to Grangemouth and then down to Fife and Dunbar, where he started the commissioning of the Torness power station. From university, as my first proper non-Saturday job, I worked with him at Sellafield on the cooling systems of the Thorpe plant. From Ferrybridge in the 70s to Sizewell B and beyond, name a power station, my dad probably worked on it. The cost of living crisis that started with Cameron and Osborne's ideological and vindictive austerity policies was further exacerbated by the events in Russia, and we have to recognise the impact sky-high energy prices have on families and businesses across our country. The Tories left us exposed to international fossil fuel suppliers controlled by dictators like Putin. The hospitality industry, where thousands of people work, has seen this impact directly. According to UK Hospitality, last year, 4,600 venues closed their doors permanently as a direct result of rising energy costs. The failure to invest in clean energy has left a legacy of high energy bills, energy insecurity, and a lack of clean energy jobs. Last year, I sat here at conference and I listened to Angela Rayner talk about the need for new homes. She laid out an ambitious building programme. Yesterday, that was reaffirmed. Let's make these new homes as energy efficient as possible, and let's deliver a warm homes plan to upgrade our existing housing stock. Net zero isn't something we have to be afraid of. We can meet our future energy needs cleanly. We don't have to be overly dependent on foreign supplies. I'm a proud Teessider, smoggy, that's what we're called. We were at the heart of the Industrial Revolution in the 19th century, pioneers in iron and steel and our railways. We led the world in innovation. The legacy of generations of working people, like my dad, who were in the energy field. We can lead again. We need to be brave. We need to be ambitious. We can transition and we can decarbonise. We can create new jobs and ensure the British people benefit from these new green initiatives. This Labour government has already made a flying start. Lifting the ban on onshore wind, getting more solar projects off the ground, securing projects that renewables can power up to 11 million homes. They're putting international leadership back at the heart of Labour government. Yep, finishing off now. Net zero is not a dirty word. I'll still be a smoggy, but I'll be a clean one. Conference, please support.
Afternoon conference. I'm proud to second the motion and support my MP and the Minister for Energy, Michael Shanks. As a councillor in Rutherglen, in Scotland, I know that GB Energy will make a difference in the lives of my constituents and families across Scotland. GB Energy will deliver cleaner and more secure energy to drive down bills and create jobs for the future. GB Energy, a publicly owned clean energy company, will own, manage and operate clean power projects such as wind farms across the country. From oil and gas to onshore and offshore wind, Scotland has always been at the heart of UK energy industry, and yet we have been victim to the volatile global fossil fuel markets and energy bill shocks after Putin invaded Ukraine. This has had a terrible impact on families in Scotland. The Climate Change Committee is clear that the greatest protection from another cost of living crisis is homegrown, British-based renewable energy. GB Energy will invest clean power projects across the United Kingdom, such as wind farms, which are the cheapest forms of power generation to build and operate. Scotland already has a thriving renewable sector and has made enormous contribution with both onshore and offshore wind and solar projects across the country. Scotland has the potential to be a world leader in renewables, but for too long, the SNP has squandered these opportunities, allowing key jobs and industries to go abroad. The skills and expertise of Scotland's energy workforce will be key to a successful energy transition, and we are determined to secure the energy jobs of the future in communities right across the country. GB Energy will drive forward our clean power mission from Scotland and secure the future of Scottish industries from offshore wind to carbon capture or hydrogen. This is an enormous opportunity for Scotland to pave the way in industries of the future and benefit from new jobs as we transition away from oil and gas. This will make our country energy independent and tackle climate change and saves families money. Conference, please support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. I will now take some speakers from the floor in rounds of 3, so please will people indicate. Great. Let's go to the gentleman in the blue t-shirt there. The lady in the front over there, the lapel top, and the delegate at the end there in the white shirt.
Good afternoon, Conference. My name is Christopher George and I'm from Twickenham CLP. I'm a first-time speaker and a first-time delegate, so thank you very much. As a first-time delegate, can I please just thank the staff from the party and from across the venues for making such an enjoyable experience so far and all their help and support. Thank you. The scale of the climate crisis should not be underestimated. It is my generation that will carry the burden of it as we live our lives. That is why I spent months campaigning in a key battleground seat in Chelsea and Fulham, trudging through the wind and the rain much like today, because we needed a government that took it seriously. Conference, we now have that government. Our ambition must match the scale of the challenge that we face. Publicly owned clean energy, a national wealth fund, driving towards net zero, ending fuel poverty. These are ambitious moves that we need. These are the changes that we need. The decisions made today and by our government will define my life and those of my generation. It will determine the world in which we seek to start families. It will set the course for further work to build a future fit for all. A country in which all people can not merely survive but thrive. Inaction today will cost us more tomorrow. Action is not only right but economically good. I ask that we support this motion not just for those of us in this room and those across the country, but for those who will inherit what we leave behind. Thank you very much.
Hello, Conference. Nicole Haigh, Chelsea and Fulham delegate, first-time speaker. And we've just voted in our first ever Labour Member of Parliament, Ben Coleman, for Chelsea and Fulham. Chelsea is Labour. I'm also a councillor for Hammersmith and Fulham, Fulham being the crossover, and can't see my words suddenly. Anyway, and the chair of the Climate and Ecology Policy and Accountability Committee. I welcome this motion as it introduces a multi-pronged approach to mitigating climate change and advancing our efforts to net zero. In Hammersmith and Fulham, we've declared a climate emergency and are aiming at net zero by 2030. Hammersmith and Fulham have launched the largest local authority green bond in the country, looking to raise up to 5 million people for climate-related projects, locally as a local authority. It's a rare win-win. The council benefits by being able to borrow for green projects at a more competitive rate, and residents are able to invest from as little as £5 and get a fixed low tax return. Not forgetting the environmental benefits, because we can invest in projects to promote active travel and prevent flooding. Unfortunately, we don't have space in Hammersmith and Fulham for a wind farm, but we have just launched our first solar farm on the roof of a local school. The scheme will generate clean green electricity to power more than a third of the school's needs, and it's expected to save the school around £2,000 annually. The community ownership model, giving residents the chance to invest upwards of £50 in solar installation and earn a return. So that's the plug over. Investment in clean energy nationally is essential to protect us from dictators like Putin and to stop funding his malevolence through Russian energy profiteering. I commend our ministers and members of Parliament for their ambition on climate and ecology. Conference, I urge you to support this motion.
Good afternoon, LP, where for the first time in 19 years, we now have 2 Labour members of Parliament in Northampton. Huge congratulations to both Lucy Rigby and Mike Reeder. I'm speaking in support of the Clean Energy motion. We are in a climate emergency. Northampton Town Council, on which I'm proud to serve as a Labour councillor, declared a climate emergency in our first year of existence in 2021. The Labour Welsh Senate became the first parliament in the world to declare a climate emergency in 2019. Every reliable scientist, every expert says that we need to address this climate crisis now. If young people are to have a future to look forward to, we have to bring down emissions and reverse the effects of climate change. Clean energy must be at the forefront of that. I was delighted to meet Ed Miliband, canvassing for the wonderful Jen Kitchen in Wellingborough in the by-election in February. They're our next-door neighbours over in Wellingborough. We took him to the village of Isham, where we looked over at the Burton Wold wind farm. 10 wind turbines in the beautiful Northamptonshire countryside, producing enough clean, renewable energy to cover 10,000 homes. I could see his enthusiasm after a successful session on the doors, the determination to invest in clean energy up and down the country, the anticipation for the opportunity a Labour government that isn't afraid of clean energy has to embrace the huge advantages in technology in the last 14 years that allow us to invest in our future. That's why, on day 4 of the Labour government, we removed the ban on onshore wind. This morning we talked about growth. I just want to say that this mission will encourage growth hugely, and that's why we should support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, folks. We'll take another round of speakers now. Come over here. The delegate in the middle to my right. I think you've got a blonde-haired lady. Yep, there you go. Let's go over here. The delegate with the steward holding up the sign for them. Let's go. The delegate with a waistcoat.
Sit in the front. Sit in the front. Yeah,
Good afternoon, conference. Claire Hedderman, campaigner from East Thanet, representing the coastal towns of Ramsgate, Margate and Broadstairs. Conference, I'm proud to support the Clean Energy Mission, and here are the reasons why. For too many years, our coastal communities have paid the price, especially in Thanet, as they have across the country, suffering fuel poverty, rising prices due to the insecure energy market. A consequence of this 14 years of Conservative government and neglect puts my community, as others across the country, in Thanet, in the unfortunate position, topping the poll, of high levels of poorly insulated housing. This results in high prices that families are paying for their energy. So we strongly welcome the promise to deliver a warm homes plan to upgrade millions of homes and cut bills for families. Off the coast in our town, in Broadstairs, is a wind farm, and it's owned by a national government. But it's not owned by Britain, it's owned by a European country. So we welcome the opportunity and the ambition of the Labour government to invest in GB Energy and invest in our own publicly owned renewable clean energy sources. Conference, I urge you to support this motion and make a difference to our neglected coastal communities, create jobs across the country and turn around this fuel insecurity and poverty that we are suffering in this country. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is Minesh. This is my conference debut, and like many before me, my first time speaking, and first time CLP delegate for Watford, where we recently turned Labour with Matt Tremaine as our new MP. So, as we gather here, I want to just take a moment to capture the essence of this moment. We have successfully turned the tide of 14 years of stagnation, and more importantly, we've reclaimed our power and our agency. Cleaning up 14 years of incompetence is no easy task. However, let's remember the collective power that got us here. We are equipped to tackle every single challenge head on, and prioritising clean energy is absolutely vital to this. Alongside my Labour hat, I also serve as a trustee for Pumpkins Wildlife Hospital and Rehabilitation Centre in Hertfordshire. Here at this hospital and rehabilitation centre, we witness the ongoing effects on British wildlife and the local ecosystem. This is an urgent matter and it demands immediate attention and cannot be postponed. Earlier today, Rachel Reeves highlighted the era of trickle-down economics is behind us. This clean energy motion represents a genuine grassroots movement by Labour that will lower bills and keep us at the cutting edge of innovation with 650,000 green jobs led by local authorities. I love that. This is a motion driven by people for people, and that's the Britain I grew up with before those Daleks took over. In just 2 months, we've lifted bans on onshore wind farms and launched Great British Energy. The Labour Party has done more than the Conservatives managed in 14 years. What were they doing? We're moving at pace, so let's back this clean energy motion and show, as Ed and his team have said, we are back in the business of climate leadership.
Good afternoon, conference. I'm Joanna Collins and I'm a delegate for Hull North and Cottingham CLP. First time delegate, first time speaker, so thank you very much. I am delighted to be here speaking in favour of our clean energy mission. I am proud to be a member of this party that will take action on clean energy. Unlocking Britain's potential as a clean energy superpower is a Labour mission that will have tremendous social, environmental and economic impacts, particularly for the young people of this country like myself. I know that my generation are passionate about fighting for the future of our planet, and that we are incredibly grateful that this government intends to listen to us and invest in all of our futures. Creating 650,000 good green jobs across the country and investing in new industries that will change Britain for the better, not just for us now, but for all the generations to come, is such exciting news. I'm excited for the impact this will have, particularly on the Yorkshire and Humber region, as we help to revolutionise green infrastructure and help make Britain a clean energy superpower. Labour have managed more in a few months in government than the Tories managed in 14 long, long years. And it's only the beginning. I urge you to support this motion. Thank you very much.
Let's take another round of speakers, folks. The lady in the white shirt there. The delegate in, I think it's a red or berry coloured dress there. And the delegate in the grey top and what I think is like a bluish shirt. Yeah, you just put your hand down. Yes. There you go.
Conference, Tracy Wainwright Unison and a proud energy sector worker. Conference, as a key union in the energy sector, we in Unison have despaired at the Conservative government's 14 years of mismanagement of the industry. A total lack of clear strategy for the future, which has been disastrous for the UK's energy security, affordability and sustainability. We therefore welcome Labour's commitment to establish Great British Energy, to drive a clear plan to deliver clean energy generation in the UK, beginning with the much-needed investment that will scale up the energy generation technologies of the future. Achieving net zero by 2050 and working towards clean energy generation in the UK by 2030 are ambitious but necessary goals. What our sector needs is a clear direction from government with clear milestones, backed up with an investment strategy that gives industry the certainty to invest in clean power jobs to secure, support and expand the workforce. We also need to invest in the UK's housing stock to upgrade the country's energy inefficient homes, which will ensure families can live in warm conditions and save money on their energy bills at the same time. This is why we welcome Labour's commitment to a warm home plan, even while we would like to go further with an expansion to GB Energy's remit to drive a street-by-street home insulation upgrade project for UK homes. Nevertheless, we support the motion and what it calls on this government to do around the delivery of clean energy in the UK. Conference, please support.
My name's Amanda Armstrong, I'm from Bolton West CLP, and for the first time since 1997 we have 3 Labour MPs again. It's great. I brought up this, it's a prop, I've not written anything. I managed to speak to Ed Miliband yesterday about what I'm going to talk about, and he said I'll have to speak to you later, Stephen. Okay? Basically, it does coincide with this motion. I've been fighting a battle to stop a BESS unit being built on a field. It's only a football field, and it's owned privately, but it has a lot of usage. It has marsh orchids, it has wildlife, but these BESS units I don't feel are suitable for such an area. Now, I did fight against it, against planning, and I won with a unanimous decision by the council on planning. And lo and behold, they've appealed, so that's why I'm coming to you later. So it is important for us to have this ecosystem and to allow all this to flourish. The foxes, the moles, which my cat does bring me home. So, sorry, I can't help that one. He does bring rats, so if anyone's short. And we've got, unfortunately, Japanese not we, but we've got love. It's a lovely, peaceful place. You can see the motorway, and you can hear the motorway, but it's still peaceful. And I've got to tell you, it's exceptionally useful for mental health for people, including myself. So it's very important to back such a motion for everybody's sake. Please, thank you.
Hello,
my name is Harry, and I come from Milton Keynes Central, one of the best constituencies in the world. Almost a year ago, I was preparing and giving a speech at my school on e-scooters and the virtue of them. Little did I know that a year later, I would be here at conference giving a speech on the virtues of nationalised energy. Now, conference, I'm sure we are all in agreement that climate change is a pressing issue that we all face, and especially my generation will face. However, this motion is much, much more than just climate change. Having a nationalised energy company means that we can have fairness in our society and security. Fairness, as a nationalised GB energy company, will work for us. Cleaner energy and lower bills. These lower bills will reduce business costs on goods, but also help each and every household. Security, as GB Energy gives us the power to have control and stand on our own 2 feet on the international stage and not rely upon dictators for energy. It will also create secure jobs, 650,000 secure jobs for people across our great nation. Conference, for sustainability, for fairness, for security, I implore you to vote yes on this motion. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Conference. My name is Rebecca Allinson and I'm from East Worthing and Shoreham CLP. We're down near Brighton, if some of you have never heard of us. This is my first time at conference and a first-time speaker, and thank you. And I'm also a new councillor on Ada District Council, which went Labour for the first time in 24 years in May. We also have a new MP in Tom Rutland, ending a Conservative stronghold, winning with a 9,500 majority. And I know, it's all amazing, isn't it? And I would like to support the motion on clean energy. Our district has Shoreham Port, which has been at the centre of regional energy generation for centuries, generation of electricity and gas for local populations. And the location, the landscape of that port lends itself to large-scale energy generation for the future and has the opportunity to transform energy ecosystems around us. The port has followed a pathway to decarbonisation more recently, and it's in a unique position to collaborate with stakeholders to accelerate that change. They're on a journey to achieve net zero by 2035 through the creation of a green energy ecosystem, and what this requires is a supportive policy environment, and the port can create new energy jobs. In Worthing, also a Labour council, and which forms part of our constituency, they've recently launched a project to roll out infrastructure that will offer climate-friendly heating to all homes and buildings by 2050. And Worthing Borough Council identified the heat network as the cheapest way to decarbonise the town's buildings. In my day job, I'm a director of a company, Technopolis, and we've just completed the evaluation of the social housing decarbonisation programme and the whole house retrofit. The UK has the least energy efficient housing in Europe, but the decarbonisation demonstrator and whole house retrofit have made organisations sit up and realise that something has to be done to warm our homes and to save our planet. But while they're playing a crucial role in both helping low-income households to lower their energy bills and to reduce carbon emissions, the take-up of this was much lower than expected under the last government. I therefore support further action and urge you to support further action that we can work alongside local authorities to ensure that drafty homes are upgraded to at least EPCC. This work has only just begun, and it's for that reason, Conference, that I urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
speakers. Right, I'm going to try and find people further to the back. So, the delegate for whom the steward is holding up the hand in the middle there. Yep, got you.
At the back!
Oh, I know, sorry, hang on a second, the lights are quite bright. The delegate who's just waved at me there in the light coloured top, and the delegate for whom the steward is holding up their hand to my left on the far end there. Thank you.
How can you see the dress if you can't see the lights? I lost this one, my glasses.
She'll see too far then.
Check the camera.
Mine.
Afternoon conference. I'm Gaynor Doherty, and as you guessed, I am also a first-time delegate from the New Nottingham North and Kimberley CLP, and a first-time speaker. I'm also a retired secondary school teacher, a mum, and a proud grandma. My generation and those that came before us created the climate crisis. That crisis is existential. Climate anxiety is very real among young people. Those young people are our future. They can't vote. We can. I'd like to tell you about my grandson, Ollie. He's 3 and a very important 3/4, bright, full of beans, and he wants to be a firefighter. His favourite book is about plastic recycling. And he can tell me all about how the heat pump in his garden works. His dad's an engineer. The Tories prevaricated. They shifted the goalposts and failed to grasp the very real opportunities of a green energy revolution. This new Labour government has an absolutely critical, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to change the way we produce energy. The planet needs net zero. Britain needs net zero. Ollie and his new baby brother, due in December, need net zero. They can't vote. We can. We can begin to clean up the mess we created. Please support this motion for all our children. Thank you.
Just hold up my heart, please. We're going to change my vote. That's it.
Yeah?
We've got to change. It's all right.
Conference. I'm Cuivani Ronald, the delegate from Healey and East Cambridgeshire CLP, and I stand before you to wholeheartedly support the clean energy mission. This is not just about policy, this is about our future. The climate crisis is a grave threat to the very existence of our nation, and Labour's commitment to clean energy is a vital lifeline. I commend our Labour government for its swift and decisive action on clean energy, even just in these first few days, months. But I want to talk particularly about the Warm Homes Plan, a plan with the power to transform the lives of millions. Just last year, I was so fortunate to be able to buy my own home, and since then I've already been able to improve the insulation, and I'm currently waiting for my solar panels to be installed. And so this winter I'll be enjoying lower energy bills and a warmer, more sustainable home. But I know that the upfront costs of these improvements are really significant, and that's why I'm so proud that this motion and of this government's commitment to making these improvements more accessible for all. The Warm Homes Plan is a beacon of hope and a tangible promise of a brighter future. However, there's a vital piece of the puzzle that we must address, and I was really pleased to hear Ed Miliband address it earlier, which is the private rental sector. I recently attended an event with the Renters Reform Coalition, and the dire state of many private rental properties were laid bare, and I'm sure many of you have experienced them as well. Landlords often prioritise profit over essential home improvements, leaving tenants to bear the burden of high energy bills and uncomfortable living conditions. We cannot stand by while too many of the 5.4 million households who privately rent struggle in poorly insulated homes. This is a matter of urgency and a matter of human dignity. Every child, every adult, every pensioner deserves a warm, safe and affordable home.
Can you wind up, Delegate, please?
Thank you, yes, sorry. I know that this is not a party just for homeowners. We're a party for tenants, a party for everyone. And this motion conference is our chance to build a cleaner, fairer and more sustainable future where everyone has the right to a warm home.
Conference, my name is George and I'm from the Milton Keynes North CLP, and I'm excited as a first-time delegate, first-time speaker to speak in support of the clean energy mission. And when I was thinking of what to say in my first speech, I realised that a good sentence only needs three things: a noun, a verb and Milton Keynes. And anyone who knows me will know that is how most of my sentences go. I love the city I was born in, and I'll resist the urge to use my time to go full tourism board. But it's hard not to love a city which has put sustainability and innovation at the heart of its design. It should be no surprise then that in Milton Keynes we heard time after time on the doorsteps that people voted Labour because they felt Great British Energy was exactly what they needed. And it's not just hometown pride that throws us behind the green energy revolution that this government can deliver. It's necessity. Working class families like mine can't afford to be at the whim of foreign powers throttling our energy supply. We can't put up with energy companies shirking their duties to us to line their own pockets. It's yet another barrier for young people like me, hoping to ever have a home to call our own in the towns and cities we grew up in. And we've got to tear those down. As Milton Keynes graduates to become a new city, and this government explores a new tranche of new towns, the time is now to make our energy supply work for us. As a proud Yimby, I'm excited that this government will build over 1 million new homes. And these ambitious plans should be matched with equally ambitious plans to power them. Without this power, nothing gets done. It's the things that get things made, get families to work, to school, to spend in our businesses and on our high streets. Green energy will unlock growth, something I'm too young to remember. That's why I urge conference to support this mission, and thank you.
In the middle, I think there's a delegate. Is that a red top? The delegate on the end there of that row, is that with the blonde? There you go.
You get me saying that? I'm not doing it now.
Delegate in what I think is a brown t-shirt at the back there. So, yeah, there you go.
Cliff Bowen, Unite the Union, speaking on clean energy and outlining the importance of a genuine workers' just transition. Conference, I work in the oil and gas sector where the future of over 30,000 jobs across the North Sea hangs in the balance. We should be under no illusions as to what will happen if we get this wrong. Enough of us in this room remember the fate of the miners only 40 years ago. The closure of the Gravesmouth refinery is an abrupt and stark reminder of the complexities of transitioning to a green economy. Where is the just transition, I ask you all, for these workers? And solidarity to those workers and their families. Conference, we need a real industrial strategy and a workers' just transition built on the expertise and experience of workers themselves, as we head into the most important industrial transformation of our generation. We can show the world what a just transition should look like, taking the workers and their communities across the country with us, and in the process revitalising UK manufacturing. A just transition with them, not one that is done to them. Congress, we need to see real commitments to creating new jobs, and we need it now. We mean jobs which defend and value the skills and experience that our members have worked hard to earn. We mean jobs with terms and conditions mapped to guarantee every new job is like for like, or indeed better than those that they replace, not virtue signalling or promises of green jobs that do not exist. And this is not just a single industry issue. That is why we also demand a strategy that includes the entire energy network, one which reduces household bills and strengthens our national security, not one that exports jobs and imports carbon from foreign regimes. Energy security, skilled jobs for our communities, investment for the country and a sustainable future for our kids. Choose a homegrown energy transition. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Conference. My name is Thomas Roberts and I'm the delegate representing Banter South CLP. I'm standing before you today as a first-time attendee. I'm sure you've never heard that before. And I'm here to speak in support of clean energy, the Clean Energy Mission and GB Energy with it. I am proud to stand here as a delegate for the first time, and the fact that I'm here at Labour conference, a Labour in government conference, is absolutely amazing. I was 7 in 2010, and I only remember successive Conservative governments of chaos and decline. As a South Yorkshire working class lad, I statistically should not be here now. While South Yorkshire is set to become one of the UK's leading regions in clean energy and sustainability, at the forefront of the green energy and green jobs revolution, the region continues to face some of the worst socio-economic development rates and therefore potential for opportunities within Western Europe. Compounding this, climate change threatens South Yorkshire in just as much as in any other region in this country and indeed the wider world. Addressing the climate and nature emergencies by rapidly working towards net zero and increasing biodiversity must therefore be among the top priorities of this Labour government. There is a large potential for positive social, economic and environmental outcomes provided that sustainable and socially just transformation can be done in tandem with the socio-economic advancement of the region. As part of the sustainable transition, it is important to ensure that those currently working in carbon-intensive industries are adequately supported in transferring the workplace and carbon neutrality into new opportunities. My own working class community, the Dearne Valley, a former coal mining community, has really been hit hard by 1980s onwards Tory cuts and austerity, and I really want to see my area and others like it, working class areas, prosper. Thank you very much.
Colleagues, comrades, Paul Cruikshank, Glasgow Anniesland, CLP. Sorry to report, neither a first-time delegate nor a first-time speaker. Some of us have done this before. I was very proud to be, though, the election agent for Patricia Ferguson, the new MP for Glasgow West, who won with a swing one with a swing of 18.5% from the SNP to Labour. And the reason you've seen Ian Murray so high across conference, the reason you've seen Anas Sarwar climbing trees and having to be caught off the roof over conference, because we have 37 MPs, is that Scotland is not just sick of the Tories, they're also sick of the incompetence and the callousness of the SNP. I speak in support of the motion, of course I do, but I come with two warnings from Scotland. We've heard a lot about the Tories' £22 billion black hole, and rightly so, rightly we should. What we've not heard yet much is about the SNP's own black hole that they've created in Scotland's finances, a £1 billion black hole. And what they've done to help try and fill that is to raid ScotWind's leasing fund that was supposed to be used for investment in the green transition, the just transition and green technologies. We must make sure, and I plead to the Minister, not to make that same mistake. If we're setting money aside for a just transition, like the comrade from Unite said, we must make sure we use that money to fund a just transition. And we cannot wait for the just transition to make sure we're protecting jobs and sites. We stand in solidarity with the workers in Grangemouth, who are at the heart of Scotland's greatest industrial crisis since the pit closures, and we support every effort that Brian Leishman, the new Labour MP for Alloa and Grangemouth, has made to support the site and save those jobs. So, Conference, let's support the motion, but support it with purpose, and support it with vision, and support it with resolve. Thank you very much.
The lady in what I think is a black and white top, is that right? Yeah, there you go. And who over here in the middle? The gentleman with curly hair? I'll come for another round. I'm going to go a bit further to my right over there. The delegate in what I think is an orangey sort of top there. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, carry on, Delegate, thank you.
Sorry, I went before my cue. Rachel Eden, I was actually a delegate back in 2007. That's the last time I stood on this stage. And I'm here as Labour's delegate for our environment campaign, CERA. I'm also a proud Labour and cooperative councillor from the great Labour town of Reading. Hey, I got a cheer this time, yes. I was elected the day that we lost in 2010. 14 years as a councillor fighting austerity with my friends and comrades on Reading Council. 79 days in, and what a change, Conference. What a change. I don't know, I wasn't going to say this, but did anyone else have their eyes well up a little bit when they heard Steve and Ed speaking? I can see some nods. I'm glad it wasn't just me. We have ministers proudly taking radical action. We won the argument on climate and nature. And as importantly, we won the election. And we won a prize. A government focused on ambitious change and an energy revolution. Every one of the new government ministers I've heard speaking has promised radical action with clean energy at the heart of government. So job done, right? No. Conference, we're the Labour Party. We're never satisfied. We want more, right? Well, I do, right? The steelworkers from my trade union community, they're determined to make sustainable steel. Energy cooperatives like the one I'm a director of locally, we want to grow so we can share the wealth with our communities. And we want to free residents, like those in my council ward of Whitley, who feel that fuel bills only ever go up. We all want more on clean energy. But we can do more even than this. Our mission on energy and on nature must go hand in hand with justice, with tackling the nature crisis and pollutants. Our daughters and our sons deserve access to clean water as they grow up, to clear skies, to have a rich land to call home. And they deserve a stake in our future. And this is the change we have in our grasp. It will be hard, it will be complex. I was listening to a far more eloquent Rachel this morning, and boy, she laid out the challenge, didn't she? But we need the courage to achieve it. I know we can. Our ministers are ready to be radical and brave. They want more for our country. We want more from our country. Conference, let's make that change real. Thank you.
Conference. My name is Paul Shavrin. I'm from the South Gatenwood Green CLP in North London. I'm not a first-time delegate. I'm not a first-time speaker. But I did come here in my electric car. And I've not heard anybody else say that yet. So I'll do my bit. I want to talk about the Warm Homes Plan. I'm a retired chartered surveyor. And during my career, I visited many, many properties where water was running down the walls, covered in mould, cold. And that was condensation, that was a lack of insulation. And I would say to the people, you could take these steps. You could deal with the condensation, you could improve your insulation, you could improve your ventilation, you need more heating. And they would say, we can't afford it. We need to have a Warm Homes Plan that will be able to deal with these issues, and by dealing with them, we'll also be able to resolve some of the health issues that come from that condensation, from that mould. We can help with streeting, we can help the NHS, and we can help if the winter fuel payment situation stays the same. We can help all those pensioners by improving insulation, by getting rid of the mould, by warming the homes. These are all vital things. I say that from personal experience. So please, Conference, can I ask you to strongly support this motion, and I'm sure you will. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, I'm Tyler Hanley, Calder Valley CLP and proud Cooperative Party member. I'm here to speak, obviously, in favour of the clean energy motion. But I want to start by saying that it's not just about jobs or even the climate, it's about justice. So too often, the most vulnerable in our society bear the brunt of rising energy prices. And that's why our energy transition will be fair and equitable, bolstered by a publicly owned Great British Energy, making sure that every family, every small business benefits. But in truth, I'm here because I want to make this local. So I'm from a place called Todmorden, a proud town once at the forefront of the Industrial Revolution, and a place where heritage matters. Now, our history in Todmorden is irrevocably tied to the Rochdale pioneers and the cooperative movement. Nowadays, Todmorden's cooperatives are showing the country how grassroots action can spark real change. By scaling our local approach to energy and aligning with Labour's national strategy, our towns can become innovation hubs where local efforts drive national change. Cooperative models of energy ownership should supplement our nationwide ambitions and place power into the hands of local people. The cooperative movement must be part of this story. So I urge you all to support this motion. Let's cherish our landscapes, work with our communities and our small businesses, and create a future that is clean, collaborative and prosperous for everyone. Thank you.
Okay, our final round of speakers, folks. Oh, gosh. The delegate in the red tie there. Oh, I can't see. The lady in the red jumper, who are you pointing to? I can't see. Okay, that delegate. There you go. And the delegate in the end there with the black jacket. Yes, that's you. Okay. Thanks, folks.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Joseph Piekash, and I'm the CLP delegate for Birmingham Selly Oak. I am also a first-time delegate and a first-time speaker too. Now, Birmingham and the West Midlands are our industrial heartlands. They're the very heartbeat of our country. We produced cars, chocolate, jewellery, and it was all sold around the world. Unemployment used to be rare, and we had new models for how industry and community could interact. My constituency was home to the Quaker vision of the Cadburys. Good jobs in clean and green neighbourhoods. Years later, we need a new green industrial strategy that delivers for working people, but also fights our greatest threat to humanity, climate change. Birmingham was powered by the coal of the Black Country, but we need new, sustainable energy solutions to bring back opportunity to my city. Conference, I wholeheartedly support this motion. I support a national wealth fund. I support the 650,000 new jobs it will create. For these highly qualified jobs are hard to come by in the West Midlands after 14 years of the Conservatives. Meanwhile, Great British Energy will ensure we all benefit from clean energy investment, upgrading our homes and bringing bills down for my family for good. Conference, this is what our voters have voted for. I'm proud to support this motion. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Conference. I'm Sherry Johnston, Chair of New Forest East CLP. Our constituency is largely rural and a coastal constituency that is also home to the fossil fuel industry, with refineries located along the Solent. We urgently need measures outlined in this mission that will not only help us transition to green energy, but can help workers in our constituency transition to good quality, greener jobs rather than being left behind. 14 years of Tory government have failed to build sufficient resilience to the effects of climate change or stem biodiversity loss. We are already seeing the impact on our fragile coasts, forests and communities within the New Forest. This mission gives a very grounded, practical set of measures to deliver net zero electricity by 2030 and to create better living standards for all our communities. We desperately need clear, science-led policies and a joined-up action on clean energy, complementing Labour-led legislation that reaffirms our international net zero commitments. Real and long-lasting change for our New Forest communities for Britain begins with the Clean Energy Mission. So we strongly urge Conference as New Forest East CLP to support this mission. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Conference. I'm proud to stand before you today as the delegate for Sheffield Central to speak about an idea announced on this very stage only 2 years ago that I believe will be transformative for our country, the National Wealth Fund. Over the last 14 years, our economic growth, productivity and our innovations have stagnated. But the National Wealth Fund will help change that. By using an initial £7.3 billion injection, the National Wealth Fund will put money where the country needs it the most. Into our ports, new gigafactories, steel industry, carbon capture and hydrogen energy. This is a bold, radical idea that speaks to the heart of Labour values. It will put power back in our hands by investing in the industries that will define the future, from renewable energy to green tech, and making sure that we, the British people, have a stake in them. We've all seen what happens when short-term thinking takes over. Essential services underfunded, jobs lost and communities left behind. With the National Wealth Fund, we're talking about long-term investment in the things that matter the most. And it's not just about ownership, it's about creating thousands of jobs, good-paying jobs in regions that have been overlooked for far too long. From Cornwall to Cumbria, from the Welsh Valleys to South Yorkshire, Labour's National Wealth Fund will ensure that every corner of this country gets its fair share of investment and opportunity. This fund will not only ensure that profits from these investments give returns to taxpayers and local communities, but also unlock billions more pounds in private investments. By acting as an entrepreneur and being the first to seize these transformative opportunities, we position ourselves at the forefront of the industries that will shape the future. It's not about waiting for the others to lead, it's about having the vision and the courage to be first to the door and making the bold investments. The National Wealth Fund is a project about more than just the immediate future. It's about laying the foundation for a legacy that will benefit generations to come. We're not looking at quick fixes or short-term gains. We're thinking beyond election cycles, beyond the next decade. Conference, this is the Labour Party at its very best. Bold, visionary and determined to build a fairer Britain for everyone. The National Wealth Fund is a commitment to our future, a future where the wealth generated by this country is shared fairly. This is a legacy we can be proud of, a legacy that will outlast us, ensuring a fairer, more prosperous and more sustainable Britain for decades to come. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you to all delegates for their contributions. We're now going to move on to the votes. We will take the outstanding votes from today, so votes on motions will be by a show of hands. First up is Composite 3, Infrastructure 2. Can I see all those in favour? Thank you. And any against? I think that one's carried. Thank you very much. And then Composite 4, the Clean Energy Mission. Those for? Thanks very much. And those against? I think that's pretty comprehensively carried as well. Thank you very much. I've got a oh, yeah. Good, good. A reminder for all delegates, we have a very busy agenda for tomorrow, so please try and arrive nice and early. And remember that we start at 9:45 a.m, as well as the Prime Minister's speech and also my own tomorrow afternoon. Please do come along. I'm after the Prime Minister, so you know. It would be good to see some of you in the hall. We have lots of motions to get through, following the motions that have already been debated today. All of the remaining motions will be debated tomorrow or Wednesday. So with that, we will adjourn to 9:45 tomorrow. Thank you, folks.